Okay, hello everybody. I just want to check, can everybody hear me? I may or may not have had a few technical problems, and I'll be honest and say that it's me, and I will always seemingly find myself with technical problems. I'm hoping that everybody is having a good day, everybody is having a good February. We're already over halfway through February. If you had a good Valentine's Day, I hope you had an amazing one. I know I had a really good one, so I hope everybody else did as well. And we are already here for our February Witchcraft live stream, where we can sit and we can have a natter all about witchcraft and paganism and spirits and spellwork and everything that we fancy in between those things. So, what was I trying to say? I had words in my head. I would love to know where everybody has come from. Let me know where you're all at today. I always do this at the start of all of the streams because I love getting to be nosy and seeing where everybody is from. And while everybody's doing that, if you do have any questions, feel free to put them in the Q&A tab. There should be a specific tab around the chat segment that allows you to click on it and open up the questions tab. This is where all the questions I'm going to be going through will be put tonight, just to try and not clog up the mainstream chat just a little bit, because everybody knows, if you've been here before, if the chat gets clogged, it tends to break. So I'm hoping that we can sort of avoid that tonight. So if possible, do put it in the Q&A tab, but if you can't, just let me know and stick it in the normal chat and I will try to keep up with that as well. Okay, let's see where everybody is from. We have North Carolina, Slovakia, Virginia, Nottingham, Mexico, France, Germany, Oregon, Seattle, New York City, Simway, Warrington, Tennessee, Ontario, Chicago, Atlanta, North Idaho, Washington, so many people in so many different places. Florida, Ohio, California, New York, Michigan. I think that's Michigan. That's Michigan, right? Or is it Minnesota? No, I'm sure that's... Wait, I don't know my American states. I'm really bad at American states. Minnesota, Arkansas, New York, New Jersey, so many people from so many different places. Oh, the Netherlands. Hello. So as always, I try to work chronologically to get through as many questions as possible. Sometimes that means I'm a little bit like an hour behind. So just bear with me. And if you want to, you can watch all of these live streams back again. So if you have to go partway through, that's totally fine. You can go and do that. I promise I won't hold it against you as long as you come back and watch the rest of it. So if you do need to leave for whatever reason, whether you're just busy or you just need a break, that's totally fine. So with that being said, let's go. Actually, while I'm here, I'm just going to say thank you very much to the 2 people who have donated so far. We have A Life of Witchery. Thank you so much. Finally glad to be off work in time to tune in for a bit. Oh, I will double check. Right, okay, this is actually a bit of a heads up about emails. So I had a massive problem maybe like a month ago where I was sending emails back and forwards to a customer and nobody was receiving emails, and we have no idea why. So I think there's something wrong with my emails. I am in the process of attempting to fix that, but if you find that things just are bouncing or not going through properly, honestly, that might be why, because I was so confused for like a full week. I was trying to have a conversation with somebody and it just wasn't working. And also, thank you so much to Well Okay But. Let's have a look, see. Just an anecdote, I wanted to listen to one of your music recommendations, so I started to listen to Down the Bard on Spotify before I realised. It's so easily done. So, I'm going to open the Q&A tab. And I do actually have a few questions that I saved separate, because I know what happens at the start of all of the streams is you end up where nobody can find anything. So the stream just disappears and different messages disappear. So I saved a couple of the questions that came in early so that I didn't lose them, because I really didn't want you to be without some of the questions that you'd asked. So the first question that I got is actually one that is so good, I am tempted to do a full video on this. So if you would like me to, let me know. So the question was, in Imbolc and Ostara, they seem really similar. What makes them different to one another? And this actually sort of feeds into a much bigger conversation, in some cases actually an issue with the modern Wheel of the Year as we see it today. So the Wheel of the Year is an amalgamation of 8 different Sabbats that represent the wheel. Each of them is about a month and a half from the one before, and they essentially cut the email. It's because I just read a comment as well. They cut the year into quarters and then into eighths. So there's an equal divide between each of the celebrations. They honour different seasonal energies, they honour different phases of life, and they also honour the Sabbats as well as the equinoxes. And when we're looking at the Wheel of the Year in its modern form, that's not the way the holidays would have originally been celebrated. The Wheel of the Year was really a creation by Gerald Gardner. That's not to say that the traditions and the celebrations beforehand were created by Gerald Gardner, but more the amalgamation of them all together is a much more modern concept. And so you find different celebrations from different places being grouped together as though they were historically celebrated together, and they wouldn't have been. So Ostara is, I believe, Germanic in its origin, whereas Imbolg is Irish. And so they celebrate fairly similar concepts, the idea of returning of life, the development of the natural world again, the rising of the energy, but they represent different deities, and they also can connect with slightly different things. So because Ostara is the spring equinox, a lot of people really emphasize on it for that purpose. It is that perfect divide between the winter solstice Yule and the summer solstice Letha. Whereas because Imbolg is at the start of February, it's very much seen as a separate thing, even though on paper it's really easy to look at it and be like, oh yeah, these are basically the same celebration. And ultimately it's going to depend on where your belief system falls. If you are more associated with the celestial events, so solstices and equinoxes, then you will likely find that the spring equinox or Ostara is going to be more meaningful to you. Whereas if perhaps you work with Brigid, then Imbolg is probably going to be more your speed. Ultimately, when it comes to the Wheel of the Year, it's really up to individuals what they choose to celebrate out of it, if anything. You can celebrate all of the wheel, but you can also celebrate, pick and choose depending on where you are. If you are Irish, you might solely want to be specifically focusing on the Irish celebrations and discounting the others if that's not what resonates with you, and vice versa. So it's really up to individuals. I know a lot of people, especially if they're new to the craft, they really feel as though they have to be celebrating all of them to be valid, when really it's about whatever resonates best with you. Right. Let's have a look, see. The other one that I got, I don't know if that will have disappeared now, but I got the question of what is the difference between a sigil and a stave? And this one I do think is really interesting because a lot of the terminology sort of gets smushed. Over time, things slowly start meaning the same thing. Now, I have a lot more experience with sigils than I do with staves, and there's a really specific reason for that. And that is that as far as I'm aware, based off the information that I have, I believe that staves are primarily found in Icelandic folk magic. They're found in a lot of Icelandic grimoires, and they are specifically described as being staves. They are magical symbols, but it seems as though they need to be specific to that localized region. Sigils are more associated with chaos magic than anything else. Also magical symbols, but they're just not created in the same way, and they're not necessarily used historically in the same sense. A little bit like bind runes. Bind runes are different from sigils, and sigils are different from staves, but they all represent groups of magical symbols. I really, though, do want to learn more about Icelandic folk magic, just from a historical perspective. I feel like I really need to dive into that a little bit further, just because those grimoires are so fascinating. Ah, that's what it is. Is it, let me try and find that. My brain is mush today, honestly. I think I know. I think I even have it in my collection. I just haven't read it yet. The Icelandic folk magic from Crossed Crow. I have the hardback in my collection, and I haven't got round to finishing it yet. And that's mostly the place where staves sit. You don't very often find them being mentioned much during the time period elsewhere. They'll often pop up later on with adaptations, but from the time period they mostly sit in Iceland, which I think is really interesting because a lot of people, when they think of folk magic, they think of British folk magic, or they might think of earlier magical traditions, but Iceland has, I do remember I was waiting for the hardback to come in, and I finally have the hardback and it's on my to be read pile, and I'll be honest, I haven't got to it yet, but I will get through it eventually. I'll add it to the list. But yeah, it's one of those things where during the time, people often don't think of Iceland as having this deep, detailed magical history, and they definitely do. So if you are Icelandic and you haven't looked into it and you're wanting to practice witchcraft, maybe it's worth looking into. Okay. Wait, there was another one. This is the other one. So after listening to a co-worker complain all day, I couldn't stand it anymore. With intention, I asked my upside down broom to quieten her. She didn't say a word for the rest of the day. Is this normal broom magic? So typically, when it comes to broom magic and the upside down broom, they're typically associated with protection. And so it may well have been that protection, it felt as though it was necessary for the time. So protection doesn't just have to be physical protection, it can be emotional, it can be spiritual, it can be energetic. And so you may well find that just setting the intention of wanting to protect your space from this may well have led to that kind of thing happening. Alternatively, you may find that there are perhaps other things at play. It might just be coincidence. I always feel that's really important for me to mention, but it can be spirits, can be guides, can be ancestors. It could even be a spirit that is residing in that vessel, in this instance, that broom, is fulfilling your requests. And perhaps in some way you are giving them energy as well. Ultimately, it's going to depend on your magical practice as to what sort of category this falls into. But you might find that there may have been a little extra assistance there more than just the broom. Now, those were the ones I got before the stream started that I knew would disappear. So I'm going to scroll all the way up to the top and get to the ones that I knew wouldn't disappear. Because I always feel so bad when I'm getting into the stream and all of a sudden somebody's question just vanishes. So the first one is sort of obscured and I can't fully click on it, but I did read it earlier and I know exactly what it says, which is basically, have you ever heard of astral, and I believe it was leeches or parasites. Oh no, it was larvae. Have you ever heard of astral larvae? Are they spirits, thought forms, both? Can they harm you, etc.? So in terms of this, I had to do a bit of digging on this because I had never heard of astral larvae, like that specific term being used. And so I trawled the internet for about half an hour and I was trying to find references to astral larvae, and I could find them from like 24, 23, 21, 2020, and then any earlier sources I couldn't find that much information in. So I suspect what's happened, and I know I talk about it a lot, I'm like a broken record, is that different terminology is being used to represent the same thing. So what I believe that they are referring to are unwanted attachments that can be gathered during astral travel. So these may well be visually represented, like if you wanted to imagine something, as leeches, like sticking onto you. And what happens, it can happen anywhere, not just in the astral plane, is that if you're in a particular environment, then, well, a particularly spiritually active environment, you may well find that spirits and energies will latch onto you as a way of gaining nourishment. So spirits, when we work with them in our everyday magical practice, they often require energy in order to assist us. They might need to amplify energy in order to communicate with us. Energy is a really big thing in play when it comes to spirit work. And when people often refer to magical practitioners as being a light in the dark, it means that by being able to perceive spirits and sense them and perform magic, we are working with energy. And that energy is also very attractive to other spirits as well that can't make their own. And so when you're traversing the astral plane, and even when you're just in a location that's very, very highly active with spirits, you may find that you get these larvae or attachments latching onto you. And essentially, it's not a possession, which is like the full overtaking of the physical form by a spirit. Instead, it's more like having a piggybacker. You're having somebody that's jumping on your back, or you're having a spirit or an energy that's latching onto you because you are a light in the darkness. You are energy, and they want that energy. And in some cases, it can be that they don't want to be in one place, and instead they want to be in another place, and they think that you will be able to get them from A to B. So that's what I think they are referring to when it comes to astral larvae. Now, how commonplace they are really depends on how deep you're going astrally. So for some people, they will stick to just being in their home environment. So a lot of the time, especially when I was a lot younger, like a lot younger, I would astral travel into my own home. That was just as far as I went. I never went beyond that point. And so if you are astral traveling into your personal space, then it's quite likely you already have protections on your space that are going to keep you safe and secure. If you don't, that's when you might encounter some issues. If you're traveling further afield, that's when you're more likely to encounter even just spirits that aren't that friendly, but also spirits that intend to sort of latch onto you. So it's very much one of those where it's about weighing up risk. If you wear personal protections, you are essentially carrying that energy with you. So if the personal protection is on your physical form, it is linking you to your spiritual form, you're pretty much going to be fairly okay astrally. But if you don't have any personal protections, you don't have any home protections, that's when things can get a little bit tricky. There's some really easy ways, though, to tell whether this is happening. If you come back from astral travel and you feel tired and exhausted to an unusual level. So I don't just mean struggling with just being awake for most of the night or not fully rested for most of the night. I mean like energetically, magically, you feel spent, like you just have no energy, and you're also potentially finding it difficult to move energy around. So you might try to ground and draw energy up, but you just don't seem to be able to pull anything up. It's almost like you grab it and then it just disappears before you can even get hold of it. That tends to be a pretty surefire sign you've got some kind of energy parasite in your space or attached onto you. Some other signs would be difficulty astral projecting again. That kind of attachment tends to limit what you're able to do, as well as difficulty sleeping and nightmares, just because you have something that's taking up a lot of that energy, tends to seep through into the dreams as well. It's not difficult to get rid of them though, to be honest, because they don't really have that much energy of their own. You can tend to just sort of sweep them off. So if you feel like you have some attachments, give yourself a personal cleanse your space afterwards just to make sure that you get those out as well, and then put protections up. As is mentioned here by Joe, the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram, pretty standard if you prefer kind of the more ceremonially style. A general good cleanse to try to clear everything off you. If you're struggling with any individual things, you can do a banishing if necessary. But generally speaking, it's not something that I think people should be overly concerned of. Cautious, yes, but not necessarily like fearful of. Now, in terms of what they can be any number of different things. So they may be spirits that simply reside within the astral plane. They may be spirits that are present in the astral plane that just exist in their own right. They can be thought forms or other spirits that have been sent away from the physical plane but have no link back again. So that's another alternative. And in some cases, it's kind of rare, so I wouldn't worry very much about this. They can be other practitioners. It can be something that other practitioners are doing as a way of gaining energy by drawing it from other people astrally. It can happen. I've felt it happen. I've seen it happen a couple times, but generally speaking, people tend to just keep to themselves. Unless they're there for like a coven environment, they tend to just keep to themselves. So the next one, just check where we've got here just to make sure I don't have any comments that I'm missing. Okay, I think I've got them all, but let me just double check. Why is this not? oh no, you remember how I said technology breaks? My chat is just broken. Oh no, oh goodness, okay, wait, I think I managed to get it to scroll. So, Thank you so much to Nana. Thank you so much, as well as to Jessica Benham and also to Mickey in the Mist. Great to see the community come together for another live stream. Oh, I know, I always feel so good about it too. I love getting to see everybody come together. So let's have a look-see. Yes, sorry, this is just in between. Our ad's supposed to pop up over you on a Q&A. So YouTube added the ads in maybe about a year ago now. They're designed to help live stream creators to earn money from the streams so that they're not just relying on like donations and stuff. But the downside of that is I don't have any control over what happens and when it happens. I'm so sorry if it does come up and it disturbs the stream. I just get told that the live stream is suitable for ads, and then YouTube just does it. So I'm really, really sorry if they are particularly disturbing to anybody, if they just pop up suddenly. But yeah, I don't have any control over that, I'm afraid. So hopefully they're all reasonable length and not too distracting. Fingers crossed. The one I was on next, I got a book out for this. I specifically got a book for this because I knew I was going to need it. So this one is, are you familiar with a tool called the Witch's Knoll? And it just jumped again. Why did it just do that? This one. Are you familiar with a tool known as the Witch's Knoll, and how and when is it used? So, a couple of different things in here. So the Witch's Knoll is primarily used within traditional witchcraft-esque practice. And it is essentially an iron spike or an iron knife. It really depends on the specific reference that you are discussing. And its practice is a little bit different from lots of other things, because when you think of a knife within witchcraft, you often think of an athame. Or if you don't think of an athame, you might think of a ritual blade or even a bowline used for cutting plants and wood and things like that. But the knoll is different in that instead of working sort of like a wand, instead it is used to draw energy up or pull energy down. And it's often used in relation to compasses or workings that involve the sort of sprawl that is often associated with traditional witchcraft, or sprowl, it really depends on who you're talking to, which is that innate energy of the natural world. So one book that does talk about this is The Devil's Dozen by Gemma Gary. And there is actually an entire chapter that is titled The Witch's Knoll. So let me just have a look, see if I can find a section that will more accurately describe it from Gemma Gary's perspective as a specific traditional witch. So, let me have a look, see. Here we go. Central to the rite given here for this purpose is the Witch's Knoll, a large nail of iron employed by some practitioners and lineages of the craft. The Witch's Knoll is associated primarily with power and potency, such associations arising quite naturally from its form and substance from which it is created. The form of the knoll is of obvious phallic nature, with its intendant virtues of fertility and life-giving force. Akin to the knife, the pin, and the thorn, its use in magic often employs the knoll's ability to penetrate and to fix in order to convey and impart the intent and power of the spell or rite, and give life and fertility to the working. This, in substance, being of iron, it has old associations with power, blood, fire, telluric, and heavenly. The knoll within witch rites, along with other items forged of iron, is regarded as deeply embellic of the old Tubal-Cain, the hairy one, born of serpent blood, the first smith, bearer of the craft, skill, and power. So this is obviously just an individual practitioner's perspective. If you're interested, this is the Devil's Dozen by Gemma Gary. But generally speaking, the knoll is used specifically as a way of drawing on, pushing down energy. And so if you were wanting to imbue a particular space with energy, you might be utilizing that as almost a pin, like a linch pin to the energy that you're drawing up. So you would connect to the energy of the natural place if you find somewhere that is particularly potent, and then you might use that knoll as a central point where you are envisioning all of that energy coming to. It is protective in nature because of the iron qualities, and then utilizing it that way. But more commonly, It's used to set workings. So to send energy out, the knoll will be used to sort of fix a working. So if you were doing, say, a protection spell on a particular place, you might use that pin in the ground in your property as a way of imbuing that space with that energy. You are setting that energy into that particular location. That's how, I've got the hiccups again, that's how I've always seen the knolls be used. Now, I've never used them, actually, I've used it sort of inadvertently in my own practice. I've often just used iron nails. And I never really realised until I started picking up books specifically on traditional witchcraft that they had their own name. But they're really, really useful, especially for protection style workings, as a way of cementing it into a place. So yeah, that's a really great way of putting it. So Angelo's just said the knoll is a fancy term for point or polar point, and is used in some witchcraft traditions as a point or tack their magic into a place. It's really, really, really useful, and actually, I think for some people, they might be more useful than, say, an athame or even a wand, because especially if you are using the natural energy of the place and you are channeling it through yourself or through a stang or a stave or even a staff, whatever it is that you're using, you can then imbue that into the space without having to have a tool that you then have to be careful of. You've got to put it away really nicely. Like, it's something that, depending on the person, you can leave out long term if that is for, say, protection, or you can have one that is specific for more ceremonial style rituals where you want to be taking more care of it. I think they're really, really useful, and I don't think they get spoken about enough. So Gemma Gary's works and many other traditional witchcraft authors do touch on them, though not that many people tend to use them. So yeah, if you have a railroad spike, exactly, perfect for this. If you have something iron that you can use, say like a lot of fireplace paraphernalia, like the pokers in fireplaces, they're often made of iron, and so if you have one of those, you can consecrate it to your magical practice and you can use it that way. Though obviously with all of these things, don't take them out and about, because if somebody sees you walking around with a fireplace poker, they might get kind of scared and you might get arrested, and we don't want to be dealing with that. So let's have a look, see. Let's go for this one. Any tips for beauty spells? I love jar spells. No, I love spell jars. I know you have opinions on them. What would be a self-care, it just closed itself, beauty spell jar that could actually work? Also, I want to say you're amazing. Oh, thank you so, so much. So I will have an unpopular opinion on this. Well, I say unpopular opinion, it might not actually be an unpopular opinion. I think that some sort of beauty style smells, it's not my day today, I swear, I've had my tongue in a twist all day. I think that some beauty spells can be really, really useful, especially the glamour style magic. So sort of temporary spells that are designed to imbue a particular perspective on yourself. So that's not the right wording. What am I trying to say? Words. Words are hard. What I'm trying to say is that a lot of people will use particular glamours as a way of altering how they are perceived. That's the word I don't know what word I used the first time, but whatever it was wrong. Perceived. And that can be really beneficial, because if you are going for a job interview, or you want to put your best foot forwards for meeting new people, or I don't know, there's so many different reasons why you might want to, even making yourself look less apparent than you currently do, you can use glamour spells temporarily as a way of shifting how you appear to other people. Their perception of you will change. But if anything, I find that when it comes to beauty spells in like a long-term sense, I actually would personally go for something that is more of a self-appreciation, self-love kind of stance. And that's just because I have been through the whole, I wish I could change this about myself, I wish this looked different and it doesn't, and I wish I looked like all of those people. And I always think it's really, really good to start with that kind of self-love aspect, just because it can help temper the I should look this way because of people on social media versus what you actually want to be changing and altering. And from that point onwards, it would be about picking aspects of yourself that perhaps you would want to glamour in a longer term sense. And that would mainly be the focal point for that jar. So rather than it being, say, a spell in and of itself, I would instead use it as an anchor for a pre-existing glamour style working that you are doing, to give it something more longer standing energy-wise to grow from. So instead of just doing a really quick glamour super rapidly with the energy that you have available to you, instead you're linking it to something that offers a little bit more of a long-term use. That's probably how I would go about it. But yeah, I would always recommend, as somebody who spent a lot of their teens and 20s wanting to change things about themselves, I think that finding a middle ground of like self-appreciation can be super duper beneficial. So, where am I? I'm already losing my tabs and it's been like 10 minutes. Okay, let's have a look-see. Do you have any plans for spring? Most of my plans this year is getting stuff done. Like, as cliche as that is, my plan for spring is, instead of making a bunch of plans, it's to actually do the plans I already have. So you know how people do like a spring cleanse and a spring clean? I'm doing that in a very radical sense. I really want to paint the kitchen. So you know what I'm going to be doing this spring? I'm going to be painting the kitchen. I'm actually like planning on doing the things that I have planned to do like multiple years in the past. That's my plan for spring. And also going out into nature, because Cleo has never seen a spring before. She wasn't alive in spring last year. And so I want to show her all of the things. I want her to see everything. Everything her little tiny mind can comprehend, I want her to see. So those are my plans this year, hopefully. Ooh, it would be amazing to see if you end up doing the apothecary video, but make a spring clean reorganizing video. Ooh, I could do that, definitely. I mean, to be fair, I am in desperate need of a clean out. My apothecary cabinet looks not great. I'm going to be real honest, it looks not great. So maybe I'll have to do that in its own separate video, or maybe it will end up in the Ostara video. Honestly, it depends on how much footage I film, because knowing me, I film like hours worth of footage and then I'm like, nope, I've got to cut it down into being like a 30-second clip in a Sabbath video. Does witchcraft work on cryptoids? Are cryptoids spirits or something else? Oh, okay, we're already into cryptids. I love cryptids, okay? Cryptids are one of those topics where I'm just addicted to learning more about it. So, I have opinions though. If you don't know what cryptids are beings that are considered outside of science, but have been experienced and witnessed by many, many people. So we're talking the Loch Ness Monster, we're talking Bigfoot, we're talking Mothman. All of these beings are considered cryptids. And the problem that you've got with cryptids is that nobody knows really what they are, because nobody knows if they're even real or not. And so you'll often find that there are different people in different camps. So I am going to put a question to all of the chat and anybody watching this afterwards. I would love to know, do you think that cryptids are physical beings that we simply haven't discovered yet? Do you think that they are spirits? Or do you think that they're all just a bunch of hocus pocus? I would really love to know, because I find them unendingly fascinating. I will tell you what I think, and that is that they're more likely than not going to be spirits, mostly because of their behavior. And I will happily dive into this in an entire video if you would like me to, but I have some thoughts and theories. So when we're talking about say Mothman, right? A lot of people believe that Mothman came into existence. It popped up out of nowhere, seemingly, to warn people of a bridge collapse that was about to happen. And so a lot of people associate Mothman as being an omen, a portent of evil, perhaps, depending on your stance and which side of the fence you sit on. But it doesn't necessarily mean it is, but it seems to be a being that came out of nowhere and then disappeared again, like it never happened. Bigfoot. A lot of people go into the woods and they think that Bigfoot is a physical being that's walking around and eating apples, and sure, it might be. But equally, when we look at earlier beliefs of Bigfoot, they talk about them teleporting. They talk about things that a physical animal simply couldn't do. And so it has led me over the years to really like the idea that all cryptids are some kind of spirits. And that, I think, is, to me anyway, far more fascinating than them being physical beings. But yeah, we've got what have we got here? Egregores, we have transdimensional beings, spirits that can attach to humanly things. We've got spirits from the other plane. Spirits, I was visited by one a long time ago. Cryptids, so many different people thinking that they're real, they're spirits. Let's have a look, see. But yeah, I think it's absolutely fascinating, and I feel like it follows a bit of a same vein. I know I normally get into this later in the video, but the whole fairy kidnappings became alien abductions. You know, our perception of it changes over time, but the things that are happening tend to stay the same, which I think is just so cool. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Teresa. I didn't see this. Cleo is having the best time ever. She has turned into the naughtiest little girl known to mankind. She has started climbing onto, how do I describe this? She started climbing onto everything. The other day, she climbed onto the back of this sofa and peed. Why? I don't know. She could have asked to go out like she does every other time, but for whatever reason, she was like, no, I don't feel like it today. So she is having the best fun ever with my parents, destroying all of her toys and eating them out of house and home, no doubt, because she comes home after she's been in a 5-star accommodation. And she's always excited when she comes home. But equally, she is desperate to get into my parents' house every single time because she knows she's going to be treated like the queen that she obviously is. Right, let's have a look, see. Do you ever feel overwhelmed by how much there is to learn? At the start, I probably did. I probably felt as though I had to learn everything all at once as quickly as possible, and that I don't even know how to describe it, that I didn't have time. I would look at these books and I would be so overwhelmed by all of the content. And especially when I was looking into Wicca at the start, it did feel incredibly overwhelming because it would be, oh, you need an athame and a bowline and a wand, and you need to have a staff and a besom and a cauldron and this, that, and the other. And I'd be like, oh, but how do I get those? Where do I get them from? Wait, there's elemental magic too. Oh my goodness, there's ceremonial witchcraft. Oh, there's weather magic. Oh, and I remember just being so overwhelmed that I just tended to stick. I tended to stick to my own lane because I felt as though I couldn't consume it all, and therefore I shouldn't try. And it does get very, very overwhelming, but I find that as my practice has sort of gone on, I've got to the point where I'm like, I'm okay if I don't learn about this new thing till 10 years time. I'm okay with that. I find that the information that comes along tends to come along when you need it the most. And I've always found that to be true, in that you might think that you need to learn everything, but generally speaking, stick to the things that bring you joy, stick to the things that make you want to learn more. So if you're looking into a topic and you're trying to read 2 books on the subject and you're bored out of your mind, all you want to do is get the book done, you're so close to putting the book down and not learning anything more about it, then maybe it's worth putting that to the side and saying, okay, well, maybe this is something that I can go into in the future that might call out to me in the future. But for right now, maybe this other thing, elemental witchcraft or working with spirits, might be more where you're drawn to, and just allow yourself to float. I am a sucker for holding on to things and wanting to control all circumstances, and especially when it comes to the things I learn within witchcraft, I find I just have to let myself float through it, and eventually I'll find something that really clicks and connects, because it can be incredibly overwhelming. So if you're new, start with the beginner foundational practices. A beginner book or two would suffice. You don't need to go absolutely bonkers. And then from there, it really is just about drifting into the aspects of the craft that you find most fascinating to you. What have we got here? More videos on Cleo. Okay, here is I'm spilling the tea on the reason I don't film very often with Cleo. She is incredible, right? She is just the most loving, adorable, playful little gremlin known to mankind. The last time I filmed a video with her here, it was it the December book releases video? It took me 4 hours to film a video where normally it would take me 2. No, stop chewing that. No, And so I ended up just not being able to film with her because she loves squeaky toys more than anything. I had to take a squeaker off her the other day because she ripped open a fake pheasant in the attempt to get a squeaker out. So that was taken off her swiftly. And she just spends the entire video just gently, ever so gently squeaking on a toy. And it's so hard to film around it, so she tends to not be here for most videos for that reason. Right, let's have a look, see? Have you ever learned about quantum witchcraft? What are your thoughts on it? I've been seeing books on it everywhere. Interesting. Okay, so I have never really looked into quantum witchcraft. I'm assuming it is a combination of physics and witchcraft together. I also have never seen a book on quantum witchcraft, so it may well be something that is calling to you, something that is saying, read me. And it might be worth checking in on it and seeing if it is something that does particularly resonate with you. It's not something I've seen very much of, but perhaps that's because a lot of the books that I get are on sort of folky magic practices and more lower magics, and it doesn't really look into the crossovers between physics and witchcraft, though I'm sure it would be really, really fascinating. If anybody though has any recommendations, any additional information on quantum witchcraft and quantum magic, do let us know down in the chat or in the comments afterwards if you're watching this afterwards. I'm sorry if I realized I am swinging backwards and forwards. I got a new chair and it spins so smoothly, and now I can't stop. I'm just rocking backwards and forwards. It's so satisfying. It's like, ooh, it's so smooth and it doesn't squeak or clunk or anything like my old one did. Okay, where am I? I always find these questions really, really interesting because I get them all of the time and I feel like I know where it comes from, but it's not something we need to worry about. So I have a friend, her element is water, but her boyfriend is fire. Will it work? The reality of the elements is the specifics of I'm a fire, you're a water are very, very much based off sun astrological placements. So it was really, really big in the 90s and the early 2000s where you would go into a magazine and you would look up your information. And for instance, I'm born on July 1st, which means I am a Cancer, so I'm a water element. And it would give you the different signs that you would connect with most and the different associations. But the reality of it is that astrological placements are a lot more complicated than just your sun sign or where your rising is or your ascendant or where your moon is in your chart. It's way, way, way more complicated. And so when it comes to the connections between individual people, more than anything, it isn't really the sun sign that you need to be looking at. It's everything else. It's about how everything links together. And this is where astrologers are really, really beneficial because without having that training, it can be really difficult to get a full grasp of how two individuals are going to be playing off each other. But then more than anything else, it's about how people approach the difficulties, the complications, or perhaps the heading, the headbutting that can sometimes occur when you have people that are perhaps a little bit different in the way that they deal with situations or the way they go about things. If one person's a type A and another person is a type B, it's not about those two people being different, it's about how those two people engage with each other as a way of balancing out any differences that they may have. So more than anything, I do think that that is the most important bit. It's very much about how people deal with issues. Oh, I have been told that my house spirit is trying to communicate with me, but I'm not sure how to receive messages. I talk to them and feel pressure, like they are responding, but I don't know the messages. So when we're talking about spirit communication, it can be really difficult, especially if you don't necessarily have a technique that works best for you. So some people will immediately be able to sense spirits around them. Some people will be able to see spirits. Some people will be able to hear spirits. These are skills that can build up and develop over time, but it's not something that everybody immediately just clicks with. And so if you aren't necessarily feeling as though you're understanding, it's maybe worth asking for clarity and trying different things. It may be worth saying, okay, I can feel the pressure that you're putting on me, but would you be able to change it for a yes and change it for a no? And try doing answers like that. So for instance, if you are forming a connection and you're asking questions or perhaps trying to have a conversation with them, it could be worth saying, could you apply pressure for yes and release the pressure for no? And then you can try and figure out where the conversation is going based off yes, no answers from the pressure being applied and the pressure being taken away. You can do a similar thing when it comes to knocking. If you hear a lot of knocking on the walls, it can be really good as a way of getting an idea of where that conversation is going. The one thing I would say with this is I would always try to make it more difficult to have a yes than a no. So for instance, with knocking, it would be 2 knocks for yes, 1 knock for no. Because a 1 knock could just be the house settling, but once you're getting 2 consecutive knocks, you're looking at perhaps something a little bit different. If you've got no pressure, that's going to be pretty much normal. But if you have pressure, that's the thing that is going to be distinctly different. So I would typically try to make it more difficult for a yes than a no, just so that you don't end up with confirmation bias, just so that you try to limit how easily it is to sort of get ahead of yourself in discussions and conversations with spirits. From that point onwards, it's really about figuring out which forms of connection work best. So if you really enjoy meditation, then maybe you could try seeing if they'll come through in that. Tarot cards, pendulums, these kind of things. If you make sure you have your personal protections up and you feel comfortable enough for it, you could see if they will be coming through in dreams or in trance. Dreams is a little bit easier, mostly because we are automatically in that altered state, but it's a good way of sort of mastering trance work as well at the same time if you do want to do it in trance. So it's just about building different techniques that could allow you to work efficiently with them. But yeah, if you can just get the pressure thing, I think that's going to be a great sort of starting point to then build up from, because once you can then figure out yes and no's, it's then really easy to then be saying, okay, well, would this technique work for you? Would pendulums be a good option? And then you can get more information from there. Okay. What is the best candle colour? White. 100% white. I know technically it's a shade, not a colour, but if we're talking about general witchcraft, we're talking about getting a bunch of candles, I would always recommend going for the cheapest, simplest, most accessible option. Because it's all well and good me saying that you need like 1,000 candle colours in every shade under the sun, but the reality is that most people practicing witchcraft, they don't have the time to source them, they maybe don't have the ability to source them, and they probably don't have the money to buy artisan candles all of the time. So I tend to find white candles perfectly sufficient. If you want to add more intention onto a working and not just work with sort of your focused energy, then candle colours are fantastic and I would recommend giving it a go. But if all you have access to, white dinner candles, white votive candles, white tea light candles, white birthday candles, it is so adaptable because white is a universal colour, it can be used to represent anything. If you want a protection candle, white. If you want a self-love candle, white. If you want a protection, prosperity, I already said protection, white. Any colour can really be substituted with white super easily. And really from that point onwards, it's then about deciding where you want to go from there. Do you want to then improve the quality of those candles? In which case go for white candles from a candle maker. Do you want to perhaps improve the material of your candles? Then change from paraffin to beeswax or paraffin to soy. And then if you want to, you can go up, you can go into dipped candles. So dipped candles are where the interior of the candle is white and the exterior of the candle is a colour. Now, not all dipped candles are like this. Some candles are just dipped as a way of making that candle. But cheap candles, if they are coloured, they are usually not really coloured. They are like a pink candle on the outside, but if you look underneath, the interior of that candle is going to be white. And then from there, you can go on to full colour candles. These are the candles that we make in store where they are all the way through the same colour. So you know that if you carve into that candle, it's going to be red on the inside and it's going to be red on the outside. But you don't have to jump to that point. You know, your magic can be just as successful if you start with just white, general tea light candles that you buy from. Most of my audience is in America. I'm trying to think of an American store. Target? Walmart? That sounds American. So if that's all you have access to, that is totally fine as well. Right, let's have a look, see. Oh, the answer to this is immediately yes. Immediately yes. And if you'd have asked me this 5 years ago, I'd have been like, no. But at the minute, yeah. Hello Hearth, do you think of synchronicities as the universe's way of letting you know you're on the right path, or how do you interpret them? So I think it's really important for me to put a caveat here that not all things are signs, and sometimes things genuinely just happen and they don't mean anything. And this is especially true when it comes to synchronicity. So if we're talking about double numbers, great example. If you know that your lunch break is at 11 o'clock every single day and it lasts for an hour, 40 minutes, whatever, and you get your lunch out of the fridge and you take it to your desk and you look at the clock and it says 11:11. And by the end of the week, you're like, oh my God, I've been seeing 11:11 everywhere. You're seeing 11:11 everywhere because that's when you're looking at the clock, because you're on your lunch break and you have the ability to check the clock. Like, that's a repeated thing in your life. The things that are really stand out though is when you start seeing synchronicities everywhere in a totally unavoidable way. Somebody, your friend, shows you a picture of their baby on their phone and it's 12:12. Or you go and you get an appointment that's been randomly selected from the dentist and it's at like 10:10. You know, these kind of things where you aren't actively choosing them, you are literally just stumbling across them. And you'll often find that they happen when you are going in a particular direction in your life. So say, for instance, you have been trying to make a decision about which job opportunity to go for. You don't know which position is maybe best for you, or you don't know whether you should be moving state or city in order to get a job. While you're thinking about it, what you'll often find is that when you're thinking about one particular topic, weird things will start happening. You start noticing things that you don't notice under any other circumstances. And that's when it's important to take note, but not dive in head first. I always recommend people have a notebook of all of the weird things they experience, like synchronicities, dreams, when it comes to like tarot reading, when it comes to spirits and what they see, hear, or perceive in any other way. Write it down in a book with a date. I always find that to be particularly useful because you'll often find that looking back, then you will be able to see patterns appearing. What were you thinking of? Did you notice these things on certain days of the week? Was it when you were focusing on a particular topic in your life? Was it when you were trying to make a decision? And you may well find that synchronicities start popping up when you really, really need them the most. Like, I often find synchronicities occur when I need to know that everything's good. Stop worrying, everything's fine. And then I will start getting synchronicities coming through of being like, you're good. You're doing what you need to do right now. Calm down. Stop overthinking everything that you do. And I find that to be incredibly beneficial. But what I will say is I know a lot of people can really heavily jump on potential synchronicities and even things that aren't really synchronicities. So, good example of something that probably is a synchronicity. If you are reading tarot and you've read maybe 4 times in a month, and every time you've done a reading, you get the same 3 cards. Every time. And every time you open your card deck up and you put them in random spots so they're not next to one another, and then you close them up, you shuffle the deck again, you put them away. You come back in, a couple weeks later, you shuffle the deck, you lay the cards out again, and those 3 cards have come out again. If that happens once, it's weird. Twice, kind of odd. If it happens then a 3rd time, you're looking at something a little bit strange. Now, what I want everybody to bear in mind, if you didn't experience it, I will explain to you what witchcraft forums and Facebook were like 10, 15 years ago. It would be a picture of a person who had fallen asleep with a bracelet on, and they'd have taken a photo of their arm and said, "Oh my God, my bracelet has left this shape on my arm. What does it mean?" It means you fell asleep with your bracelet on. Calm down. A lot of the time, people can really go too hard on the synchronicities to the point where everything in their life is a sign. Or during 2020, it was, oh my goodness, I saw Artemis in like every other reel on my TikTok. And it's like, okay, but that's because you watched a reel on Artemis, and then you watched the next reel on Artemis, and then you watched the next 15 reels on Artemis, and now TikTok is saying, oh, you want reels on Artemis, I'm going to give you reels on Artemis. So it's just really, really important, if you feel like you're in that situation, go outside of whatever environment that synchronicity, that coincidence, whatever it might be, is happening. Because especially when it comes to deities and spirit work, it will start appearing in other things. So put TikTok down for a second and just observe the world around you. What are you noticing in your dreams? What are you noticing during meditations? Are you doing any tarot readings? What's coming through in those? Are you noticing that certain numbers are more prevalent to you than others? Are you seeing things at certain times of a day? Or perhaps you seeing animals that you wouldn't necessarily expect to be seeing at this time of year? Are you starting to see them? Are those animals also appearing in the books that you're reading, the magazines, the TV shows, the movies, the music that you're listening to? Are you just noticing it randomly on a post on Pinterest, and then all of a sudden you're seeing it in the natural world as well? You have to make sure, because it's so easy, and this is not me like poo-pooing on anybody who has experienced this, it's so easily done, is to get overly sucked into the possibility of something being a synchronicity to the point where you essentially create that synchronicity where there maybe wasn't one before. So yeah, really easy done. I have been known to do it in the past, but I just vividly remember the day I decided that Facebook maybe wasn't for me was when somebody posted about that bracelet, and it was just the funniest post because you can tell they were dead serious. They were like, I think this is a sign. I think this is a sign. And everybody in the comments was like, that's not a sign. That's just a bracelet. Like, you're fine. Like, see, this is one that's really interesting. So if you see crows everywhere, it's really important to sort of look into what's in the area. Is there a particular food source that's really significant? Is it the time of year? Like, if you were to go into next year or later on this year and you were to see crows at different times, or maybe they just disappear entirely, it's worth monitoring it to see if they do come and go at certain times. Perhaps go on to even nature forums to see if in your area crows do tend to gather at certain times of the year in certain places. If though you start then seeing them in other things, that's when it's worth looking into them as being perhaps something more. But also crows and most corvids are really loyal to people. If there's people that are really nice to them, people that give them food, people that they see on a regular basis, they can actively pick you out and decide to be around you. So that's kind of something maybe to look into as well. Right. Let's have a look. See. I am here. Wait. There is no way. I'm sorry. I just need a pause. Okay, right. I've gathered myself. A friend told me that she doesn't believe in the moon, as though it's fake. I never heard anyone who has said that. She's smart, not a nut, crazy, or on medication. How should I approach this? Can you see why I needed a pause now? I'm going to be really honest and say that I'm not really sure how you could even approach this. Because how could you even approach that? I get people saying that like they think the moon landing is fake or whatever. But how how does she think the tides work? I'm honestly baffled, and I have no idea how to approach this. I actually have no idea, because there is so much, like, you could say the moon landings were fake. I don't think the moon landings were fake, just for reference, but people do say that they believe that the moon landings are fake, which, sure, they at least recognize that the moon exists. I don't think I've ever known anybody that thinks the moon is fake. So I suppose, yeah, that's actually a really good point here. Jelly Lynn has said that maybe she's fallen for a conspiracy. Maybe it's worth, instead of trying to like broach it from the perspective of, say, trying to explain and convince, maybe it's worth coming at it from the perspective of, where have you gotten this information from? Can we sort of understand where this is coming from? Just so that you can get sort of an understanding. I'm assuming that it probably will be coming from some form of conspiracy on social media somewhere. But yeah, she might also be winding you up. That is the other alternative here, because like, I know that a lot of people think the earth is flat. I don't. I really, really want to emphasize that one. Even people like hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of years ago didn't think that the earth was flat. But to think that the moon isn't real must be coming from somewhere. So I think maybe it's a case of, as just from a friend perspective, checking in and just seeing what information she's consuming, to maybe try to just look into if maybe there's some not so great groups or people that might be really making her question her own beliefs, or perhaps even sort of convincing her to believe something different. Because sadly, in a lot of conspiracy settings, there are people who will go really, really long way to convince other people. And that's always something just to be cautious of. Right, let's have a look-see. Who is your favourite deity, and why did you choose to be a witch? What's your goal? What's your aim? Oh, that's a lot all in one go. Okay, so, favourite deity. I don't necessarily have a favourite deity. I have deities that I work with. I really enjoy working with Bridget. I really enjoy working with Ceridwen. A figure that is appearing more and more in my magical practice is Keranos, or some Keranos-type figure. I say that mostly because traditional witchcraft, you're working with the old one, you're working with the witch's devil, you're working with Buka, you're working in some cases with Hearn, with Keranos. That figure is one that appears so greatly in a lot of my magical practice recently that I feel like that's kind of important, generally speaking. When it comes to how did I choose to be a witch, it wasn't so much that I chose to be a witch, it's that I chose to not change what I was doing. So witchcraft was always something I had practiced. I've always seen spirits. I just never really realised that it was witchcraft until much later. And then while a lot of people probably grew out of their kind of childish witchcraft phase, I started diving into the history of witchcraft and the origins of it, and into Wicca and ceremonial magic. So it's less that I chose to be a witch and more that I chose to really focus on it rather than, say, choosing a different path to go down. And in terms of what's my aim, honestly, it is simply to learn as much about magic as I can in a reasonable sense. and to give as many people as possible information on witchcraft that is accessible to them. And whether that is on the blog, or whether that is on the YouTube channel, or whether that's in person at events or in things that I'm writing, that's something that I really want to do, and it's something I've always really wanted to do. And so that's sort of the end goal. How I get there doesn't really massively matter. Like the time span of how I get there, I would just like to learn a lot about witchcraft. Right, let's have a look, see. I am here somewhere. Ooh, what are your favourite plants to keep in your house? I currently have jade and some different succulents. Okay. None. Mostly because Cleo eats everything. I swear I spend my entire life going, what's in your mouth? What have you got? What's that? Can I have it? Give it to me. Leave it. Is my entire life. And so at the minute, plants are a no-go. I also kill everything that I touch. Inside, weirdly, if I plant plants outside, I'm golden. They will thrive. Plants outside do great. Plants inside do terribly. And I think it's because I keep my environment way too warm. If my house isn't 26 degrees, it ain't warm enough. So I tend to find that plants don't like me very much inside. Though when Cleo's a little bit older and she's gotten out of her, I need to eat everything in front of me, everything, then maybe I will consider adding some plants into my home, because I'd really love one of those, what are they called? Fiddly fig. That's the one. I would love to have one of those. I don't know where I'd put it. Oh, your heating bill must be insane. Heated blankets. Game changer, right? I don't need to heat my house up to be 26 degrees all the time. I just have to be 26. I have to have something that's 26 degrees on me at all time. So heated blankets are a game changer. Thoroughly recommend them, especially the ones where you can change the heat settings. I love them. Right. Is it fiddly fig? Let's check. Fiddly fig. Yeah, they look so cool. And I really, really want to have one. But I know that she will just eat them, and I can't take that risk. Because I swear, Cleo has the self-preservation. Well, she has no self-preservation, actually. Like, actually, no self-preservation. I'm impressed that she's lasted this long, because she's just constantly doing things that would hurt her, and I have to keep stopping her constantly. Okay. If someone said witchcraft to you, what's the first thing that pops into your head? I think of brown. Okay, I know, I do have reason for that. Okay, so imagine, witchcraft. Okay, for me, it is wood walls. It is I'll get this one, it is like an old-fashioned style Book of Shadows, right? See the brown walls, brown Book of Shadows. It is a cauldron that has seen better days and is a little bit rusty, but like still functional. It is dried plants, dried woods. It is dirt. It is things that are found in the natural world. And it's all on a wooden table. See, brown. That's what I immediately think of. And I think that mostly comes from the fact that most of what I study is historical. And so I tend to view it through this like sepia tinted lens. But I'd love to know what everybody else thinks. When you think of the word witchcraft, what is it that immediately comes to your mind? Okay, let's have a look, see. I just realised I got that question and I thought it was from all the way at the top. But it isn't. My question tab just jumped, so I'm just gonna go up so I don't miss any of them. I hate when it does that. Cat keyboard is out, as always. Oh, here we go. Have you ever astral projected, and what is your experience with the astral? So, yes. And you know what? I think, okay. Simple answer to this is I think that a lot of people fearmonger about the astral, and I think other people rose tint the astral. And my experience has always been, it's not rose tinted and it's also not terrifying. It just is. And that's probably the most boring answer imaginable. But my experience with the astral and astral projecting started when I was really, really young, and I had really no idea what I was doing. All I knew is I did this and I did that, and then all of a sudden I'm flying around and I can go downstairs and I don't have to touch my feet on the floor, and I can watch TV and I can go places that I can't go normally. And that was always my experience with astral projection. It was very uncontrolled, and for the most part, even now, I struggle to control astral projection a little bit because I'm just thinking of so many other things that I don't really plan to astral project. Sometimes it just sort of happens. But a lot of people talk about astral projection as being this like really terrifying experience. You have to be tethered to your physical body, or if your silver thread gets cut, you'll just float away and then people will find your body later. And I'm like, based off what? I've never ever had that experience in the astral, ever, of it being this like super duper duper terrifying, life-changing, like scary experience. I've never ever had that. But equally, and I'm not denying that some people will have had that, but I've just never really experienced that. And then equally, some people are like, oh, everything's beautiful and it's going to be the most life-changing experience ever. And the reality of astral projection is all you are doing basically is you're going from the physical plane to this one. Like the one that's just like right on top of it. Like it's practically smushed together. And so really, astral projection is basically just going about normal life. It's just you're doing it in a place where there are other things with you. So you aren't just floating down. I'm always flying in my astral projection, always. I don't know. That's just what I've always done. I know that other people will walk around, but for me, I'm always like, ooh, floaty. So you could just be flying down the street, and then you are then encountered with something really, really weird. And that's the bit that I think freaks people out the most. I think it's that astral projection doesn't have the same level of control as a lot of people want their spirit encounters to have. So, for instance, I have been eaten alive by wolves. I have been chased around by a goblin-type creature that was clearly trying to cause me harm. But equally, that is simply the spirits that I encountered during those particular times. You know what I mean? Like that isn't the astral as a whole, right? Those are the individual characters, the individual people, the spirits that you might meet along the way. And so generally speaking, I typically approach the astral from the perspective of caution. I'm not scared of the astral, I'm not scared of being there, I'm not scared of what I might encounter, but instead I am cautious. So best to treat the astral a bit like meeting strangers in a strange place that you don't know. You spend most of your time not in the astral. They spend most of the time in the astral. So you just have to treat different spirits as though you are coming into their environment, and you have to treat them as though you don't know what to expect yet. No assumptions. Be cautious about what you say. Be careful about eye contact. Generally speaking, unless you are pretty comfortable, don't eat or drink anything. Try to just stick to your lane and just let the experience sort of take you along, and you'll find that as time goes on, you become more comfortable with who you can, what you can engage with, and what you probably shouldn't. The more scary experiences that I've had happened way, way, way early on, when I was more aware of the astral projection, pushing my control on the astral projection. And in some cases, I just ended up in situations that weren't that great, but I now know better to then go forwards. So I think more than anything, it's just about having a realistic experience and a realistic idea of what you're likely to experience, because I've met people on both ends of the spectrum, people who say that astral travel is like the most horrific thing known to mankind and it's terrifying and don't even bother touching it, and then I have other people who say like it's like sunshine and rainbows. Reality is somewhere very much in the middle for most people. And when it comes to how do you know you're astral traveling, I have done an entire video on how to tell the difference between astral travel and dreaming, because I know a lot of people tend to get a bit mixed up about that. Ultimately, it depends on how deep into it you go. So if you're not super deep into it and you're mostly just sticking around where you are, it's basically going to be your environment, but you can go places, do things, see things that you wouldn't normally experience. So if you want to go into the attic, but the attic's sealed and you can go into the attic. Or you'll notice that it's different from being in a trance, being in meditation, being in a dream, because you aren't following the guidance. So it's not as though, so if you're dreaming, for instance, you are following a dream, right? You are simply present and the dream is taking you with it. Even when you're lucid dreaming, you're in control of what's happening in that dream, but often you didn't purposefully create that entire scenario. That scenario happened, and then you have made yourself become aware of that happening and you've taken over control again. Astral travel is literally like being awake, but you are in the astral plane. So it will look like the world around you, or if you go deeper into it, it will look different. So how do I best describe my experience in the astral plane? It looks, obviously it's going to depend on where you are and how deep you go into it. It looks a little like a strange landscape that's similar to being something that you feel accustomed to, but things are just a little bit different. Colours are different, smells are different, sounds are different, things are different, you see spirits that you wouldn't be expecting, etc. So it's different from lucid dreaming, because lucid dreaming is very much, you're inside your own mind. Whereas in astral travel, you are separating your astral body from your physical body to traverse the astral plane. So that spiritual, energetic part of yourself separates out to traverse the astral plane and then comes back in again. So there's a book that I do like on it, which is Astral Projection by Dennings and Phillips. That's a pretty good one on the subject. There's loads out there, though. Lots of traditional witchcraft books cover it in varying different forms. But I often find that people have a really strong reaction to it. And also, I feel I need to put this in here. A lot of people have this idea that like it's gonna immediately be obvious that what you're doing is astral travel, and it will just be this massive thing in your life, and you need to divert all of your energy into learning how to astral project. You really don't. You really, really don't. Like, some people will be astral projecting and they won't even realize it, because they've been doing it for so long they have not noticed a distinction between dreaming and astral, because it all seems the same to them, because they have not necessarily experienced dreams the same way other people have, and instead they primarily astral project. Whereas other people will go their entire life and have no interest in astral projecting, and their magical practice is not worse for it, it is just different. Right, have you ever worked with hell? Not personally. It's not a pantheon that I particularly look into very deeply. Maybe I should search it up a little bit more. But I tend to stick with my 3 deities that have really called out to me. And then if any more sort of pop up with time, then I can sort of look into those as well. Right. Ooh. Okay. This is actually really interesting, and I'd say probably. So, do you think your ancestry has influence over what pantheon or type of magic you're drawn to, such as maybe ancestral memory? Ooh, okay. In a way, I think yes, and that's mostly because I have spoken to a lot of people. I'm very, very lucky that I get to talk to loads of witches and pagans and magical practitioners at the events and the shows. Some of you will have come up to the stall and said hi and had a chat at the events. And one thing I often notice is, especially when you see people coming back time and time and time again, or even in comment sections as well, people will be like, I don't know what it is, but I feel really, really drawn to this particular book. And it'll be, say, like on Icelandic folk magic or Icelandic plant magic, or they'll pick up a set of runes and they'll be like, I don't know what it is. I've been seeing these runes everywhere recently. Like, I've been dreaming about them and I just don't know what's going on. And then I'll see them again, or I'll get an email, or I'll get a comment on YouTube, and it'll be like, oh, I just realized it's because, like, my family comes from this place, or like I have a grandfather that I had never met who actually was from Iceland, you know, these kind of things. I find that's really interesting because it's like innately we are linked to things that came before, and it might give us that head start almost in connecting with certain things over others, just because we feel not even necessarily blood related, but we feel that connection to those that came before. That doesn't necessarily mean, though, that you have to be working with. So say, for instance, you are constantly being told by people that you should be working with Bridget, but you just have tried connecting with Bridget and it's just not clicking, it's just not working, something about it just isn't quite right, in which case you don't have to be following your ancestry. You can go off the deities that are coming forward to you. The main thing that I would say here, though, is that certain traditions, a lot of the information is very much kept secret. Certain traditions are passed down. And so if you are looking into, say, your ancestry and you have family and you would love to learn, say, a little bit more about Polish folk magic, if you can, go to sources that specifically talk about it. Go to the books written by people who practice it. Go to people in your family, perhaps, who might have a little bit more information that can give you a bit more insight into what resources would be best to go into from there. Right. Let's have a look, see. Oh, okay. So this is really interesting, actually. We get a question like this almost every single live stream, and I think that is actually kind of fascinating because I went years without ever getting a question like this. One white shadow standing with 4 black shadows. The white one is taller than the dark ones and stands in the center. They observe me and I can't connect with mind. What is the white shadow? So, okay. This has come up so many times because we did an episode of the Spirit Sundays where it was one of you guys' ghost stories about this luminous white being. And then last stream, we got a question about a white luminous being. I think the stream before we got a question about it too. So here is my question. And that is, are we talking about a spirit that is simply a white shadow? So it is like matte, it isn't glowing in any way. Or are we talking about something that is luminous? Because that is very much going to change my response to this. So do let me know, if you're still on, that is, which kind of one this was, because that is going to change sort of the possibilities. As someone who talks with their hands, do you incorporate hand gestures into your practice? Yes. I'm only emphasizing, I talk with my hands all the time. I tried in some videos sitting on my hands, and then I literally look like a floating head. So if people don't like me talking with my hands, then my channel is really not for them. But you will often find when I am doing like spells and rituals, so if you saw any of the love spell videos that I just did, I will be holding an object. Pick an object, Half, pick something. Lipstick, why not, right? I will be holding, I'll do it here, it in my hand like this, and then you'll see me doing this over the top of it when I'm charging it. You'll see me do this repeatedly. And this is me drawing a pentagram over the top of an object. But obviously from the side, you can't super clearly see what I'm doing. So I am doing this over the top of that object repeatedly. And I've done that for years now. And I find it works really, really well for charging objects personally. It might not be for other people, but that's mostly what I end up doing. I also have, I've always done it. Maybe it has a name. I've never really looked into it. But when I'm, say, listening to a piece of music, or I'm reading a book, or I'm creating a spell, for instance, if there's words involved, my brain will like latch onto a singular word, and I will just be repeating it over and over and over and over again. Or I'll often draw it on my leg, like in like calligraphy. I like draw it over and over and over and over and over. And sometimes even in my mind, I'm like using a keyboard and I'm typing where the letters of that word is on repeat. And I often find that if I'm doing that and I'm like repeatedly writing that word like over and over and over again, that tends to then become a kind of a focal point for that working. So if I'm doing a working for I don't know, prosperity, and there's this weird perhaps off-piece word that I've included in the spell and my brain is just latched onto it, that will become like the focal point. I will like repeat that word several times in that working, or I'll be drawing it out inside like with a fake pen repeatedly throughout the length of that working. I have no idea why I do it, but I always find that to be really useful because it gives me a grounding point for that working. So say, for instance, if I've said the verbal part of the spell and I'm holding the object I want to charge, in my other hand, I'm like tracing the word on the table, like over and over and over again. And it's almost like a trance-like state, if that makes sense. Like you get so absorbed into writing the singular word out over and over and over again that it's really easy to move energy around because you're not focusing on the way it feels or if you're doing it right. You're so focused on repeating this word over and over and over again that it makes it easier to move energy around. So if you ever want to try and move energy around easier, maybe do something like that, because I find it's kind of meditative. You know how like when you're entering trance states the proper way that we're often taught, you are using drum beats and you start with that drum being like dead fast, and then over time it comes to a slower and slower pace until it drops like just below resting heartbeat. And then it allows you to like drop into that state. I almost find that happens. It's really weird, but if any of you talk with your hands too, maybe worth considering. Right. Right, where am I? Law of assumption. I actually don't know what this is off the top of my head, so let's look it up together, shall we? Law of assumption. Oh, is it with manifestation? Okay, that's why I don't know what law of assumption is off the top of my head. So, law of assumption seems to be something that leans a little bit more into manifestation. And I don't really fall into manifestation. I'm much more in the witchcraft side. But what do you think about the law of assumption? So let's have a look together about what this is. Law of assumption. Manifestation. Okay. So, what is the law of assumption? This is from the website learnmindpower.com. No idea how good it's going to be, but so the law of assumption states that whatever you assume as true becomes your reality. Oh, it's this. Okay, so calm down, Hearth. So, I think this is the thing that is used very, very often to punish people who aren't successful in their manifestation. And I've also, if this is what I think it is, I've also seen this be used to shame people because bad things only happened to you because you were negative and you attracted the bad things. So this is what it says. The law of assumption states that whatever you assume as true becomes your reality. It implies you can manifest anything by thinking and feeling as if you already had it. It was introduced by the author Neville Goddard, 1905 to 1972. By having your mind on those desires, wishes, and aspirations, you can manifest them. And I see this a lot in the manifestation world in a really negative way. And it's why a lot of the time you'll see spells. Controversial take. I personally don't agree with saying spells as though you already have what you're asking for. Because especially if you're communing with spirits and deities, especially spirits, they'll turn around and be like, well, if you already have £10,000, Why do you need me? Like, you've just told me you already have it. Why are you asking me to get it for you if you already have it? You know, because a lot of the spells are worded like, I am wealthy, I am prosperous, I have the promotion, I have set amount of money, £10,000 in my bank account. And a lot of spells that are worded like this are working on the basis that if you think, feel, and express your energy as though you have those things, you will draw them in. And so a lot of people will be like, I am healthy, I am wealthy, I am rich. You know, that song lyric is a form of manifestation in that way. It is manifesting as though you already have that thing. But when you're working with spirits especially, if I were to say to a spirit, I have that job promotion, they'd be like, okay, then why are you asking for my help then? They would be coming to me like, okay, why are we here? Do it yourself then. I tend to work spells as in, this is the goal, this is the result of the energy, this is what I want to manifest. And I feel like that's the massive difference between manifestation and witchcraft, is that manifestation often works on the basis of act like you have it, whereas witchcraft works on the basis of aim towards it. Now, that's actually a good point, Joe. If used positively, it can act in like a chaos magic type sense. But, emphasis on but, I think sometimes, and sadly I have seen this happen one too many times, there tends to be an attitude of, if you didn't achieve your goals, it's because you didn't manifest hard enough. You must have been thinking negative thoughts. Or worse is when something bad happens to somebody, and especially if that bad thing has been caused by somebody else's actions, the attitude can be in certain groups, well, if you weren't so negative, you wouldn't be attracting negative things. Or, well, if you didn't want bad things to happen, then don't think about bad things. And it's like, whoa. Are we victim blaming here? Because it sounds a lot like we're victim blaming over here. And I think it's really important that when we're talking about like manifesting the things that we're thinking about, manifesting the energy, that we don't overstep that line into saying to people, or even thinking about people that like, oh, well, they didn't achieve their goals or something bad happened because they weren't good enough, they weren't manifesting hard enough, they really wanted that bad thing to happen. It's like, no. So I've seen that a lot, but it can be used really positively. If you're more in the manifestation sphere than the witchcraft sphere, then the idea of it is you put out into your energy that which you would like to receive. It's a pretty general concept. A lot of belief systems work with it. You know, do unto others what thou wishes done to thyself, whatever the wording is. You know, it's seen in a lot of different traditions and beliefs, where if we are expressing ourselves as though we are confident, as though we already have the high-paying job that we're looking for, perhaps we are putting out an energy that gives the air of someone who is able to do that job, and therefore you might be looked at more positively in a job interview. A lot of it does come from the book The Secret, and that's really where the boom of this kind of came from. And it can be really, really, really useful. It can be, and I'm never going to take that away from anybody. It's just sometimes people are kind of mean with it. Like, people can kind of be really, really harsh when they don't need to be. Right. I'm here somewhere. I don't know where I am. Is it jumped again? Oh, damn it. I scrolled and it immediately jumped. Okay, let me go back up. Where am I? I'm somewhere over here. Ooh, where am I? Oh, I would love to hear more about what you do with trees. Have you covered them? Have you covered this already somewhere? So I have done a video a couple of years ago on how to connect with tree spirits. If that is sort of the realm of what you're looking at, then that is the video for all of that. I think it's literally called How to Connect with Tree Spirits. I think. Let me double check. Tree spirits, how to connect. Yeah. And that talks about how to form relationships with them, deep diving into the way we might want to be going about working with different trees, with different end goals in mind, that kind of thing. But generally speaking, once you get to that point, then it is about working with them in active senses. So meditating with them for specific answers, utilizing them for meditation, working with parts of that tree so that they can aid us in the different aspects of our magical craft, perhaps making a wand, making a besom, making a stave, whatever it is you want to be working with, as a way of utilizing the spirit of that tree in that working that you're carrying out as well, to sort of deepen that relationship. Right. I don't know where I am. It's jumped. Okay. Okay, wait, is that a different question about trees? I think that might be a different question about the trees. Do you have any books or other resources for tree work? So, how lucky is that? 2 questions in a row about trees. I'll be honest, I do have a book on trees, but I can't remember where I've put it. It might be in this ginormous stack, which doesn't help because it's huge. I still haven't fixed it. So, I believe it is called Tree Magic by Danu Forest. Let's see how incorrect I am. Oh, it's called Celtic Tree Magic by Danu Forest. And that book is really, really, really good for tree magic. It goes into each tree in its own section, lore, the information about them, connecting with them, utilizing them, etc., etc. Really, really detailed. It's like this thick, maybe. So it's like a substantial book on tree magic and a really good springboard for where to go after that point. Right. Where am I specifically? Okay, I think I'm on this one. So let's go with this one, which is, can you please explain finding and working with guides when working with spirits or divination? And are they a must? Thank you. Are they a must? So if we're talking guides, you don't need a guide to work with other spirits. A guide is, how do I best describe this? So, guides are often certain spirits. They can be ancestors, they can be non-human spirits, they can just be human spirits generally, who are drawn to individual people and who wish to aid them in a particular way. Whether they connect with you because you remind them of themselves at a young age, whether they are connected to you because of blood or because of other familial connections, whether they are a non-human spirit that simply feels that they can offer guidance in your life at that given moment. Guides often will come and go throughout your life. A lot of people have them, but they don't even realize that they're there, especially if they're not particularly magically minded. And they aren't something that everybody has to work with either. You don't have to utilize a guide. But often you'll find that guides come through in moments of particular difficulty, or they'll come through during certain events like meditations, dream magic, divination. I'll have a guide that comes through solely for dream magic, for divination, and they'll just be like, you need another card. I'm like, what? They're like, you need another card, and another, and then I'll read it and they'll be like, nope, you've read that one wrong. Read it like this instead and connect it with this one. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. I'll do whatever you're saying. And so they can often come through in certain situations like that. And when it comes to doing work with other spirits, a guide can sometimes act as an intermediary. Now, probably the best example of a guide in a sense that a lot of people will have seen is actually from Most Haunted. Now, if you're in the UK, you will likely have watched Most Haunted at some point in your life. And if you haven't, I would recommend watching it if you like ghost shows. But there was one particular psychic medium called Derek Akora. Now, whatever you think about Derek Akora, real, psychic, otherwise, whatever, the show really highlighted the use of a guide when it comes to mediumship. Now, mediumship is when you are the intermediary between the spirit world and the physical world. The medium is that bridge between the two sides of existence. And some mediums, but not all, utilize guides in a very physical sense. Like it's a sense that other people can experience it too. And Derek Acorah really shows this in some of the seasons of Most Haunted. He had a guide called, I believe it was Sam, and often Sam would go out to gain information from the spirits in a building and would come back and relay that information to Derek. And in that sense, it allowed some separation between the medium and the spirits. So the spirits were communing with the spirit guide. The spirit guide, this trusted spirit, would then commune with Derek. And it would allow this pathway of information that limited the amount of direct contact that the medium has with the spirits. And so that technique is really, really useful if you're so willing to dive into spirit work and you really want to be connecting with loads and loads of spirits. But for most people, the average kind of practitioner probably isn't going to need a guide in that sense, simply because as long as you've got personal protections, you've got protections over your space, more likely than not, you're going to be fairly okay with any spirits that enter. Because if you have protections that protect you from harm, or energies and spirits that are wishing you harm, then when spirits enter into your space, you already know that they're not going to cause harm in that way. Now, when it comes to finding guides, usually you already have them. You just don't realize that you have them. So dream work as well as divination is a great way of calling out to and requesting that they make themselves known. So before you go to sleep, you would set a specific intention. You could verbalize it. You could just say inwardly that during the night you would really appreciate it if your guide would come forward to you in a dream and make themselves known. And then go about with your dreams, wake up in the morning, write everything down that you remember and see what comes through to you. Through meditation, through trance, and through divination, you can do a similar thing. I would really appreciate if my guides would step forward and make themselves known to me in whichever way is most suitable for both you and I. And then go about that session, write down whatever you experience, and you may well find that over time, the guide becomes more and more noticeable, especially as your psychic abilities start to develop. I just went psychic develop. I just merged everything together. So it becomes easier over time. Now, when it comes to finding them specifically, like if one guide has moved on, usually another guide will make themselves known within time. Think of guides a little bit like Mary Poppins or Nanny McPhee. They will be there when you need them most. And then when you're out of that phase of your life where they were really useful, another guide will make themselves known to lead you through another phase of your life, and on and on and on. And then eventually, I'm assuming that we can choose to be guides for other people as well at some point. That would be really cool. So just while I'm here so that I don't miss them, what are your thoughts on using digital recorders to speak with spirits? I actually think it's a really interesting way of doing it. And caveat here. I think that there are many techniques that can be really, really beneficial because obviously we are relying on the spirits we are communing with to be able to express themselves in a way that we are going to be able to register in the moment. And while I have heard spirits, one of the weirdest experiences was when some neighbors moved out, and in the middle of the night at like 2 a.m. for like a good while, I was hearing conversations being had through the walls, but I knew nobody was there. So while spirits can communicate in a way that we can understand them, not all of them are going to be able to do that. And a lot of the time it takes a lot of energy to do that. And it's not something that everybody is even open to either. Like some people just aren't open to hearing spirits audibly, but they may well be able to hear spirits on a recorder. So typically for this, I would recommend using a slightly more old-fashioned recorder. So I like the note-taking recorder ones that you would get in like the 2000s, where you click a few, they're not super technical, you click a few buttons and it records. It doesn't have a screen, nothing like that, just really, really simple. People also use tape recorders for this exact reason. Super duper simple. It's not something that's got loads of screens and lights on it and it's really distracting. And then you set it down and you turn it on and then you ask the spirits in the place if they are willing to step forward and engage with you. You wait. leave maybe minute, 2 minutes, and then you start asking questions. You thank them for being there, and then you start asking questions. Between each question, you leave a gap, 30 seconds, a minute, 2 minutes, whatever you feel is applicable for that question. You know, if it's a one-word answer, you're probably not going to need 5 minutes of free airtime, but a minute, 2 minutes, you know, it's always good to give them the opportunity to build up to giving an answer. And you're probably not going to hear anything at all whilst you're doing it. When you get to the end, you thank them for being there. You say, I really appreciate your presence in this space with me. You are free to go on with your business, you know, however you want to word it. You stop the voice recorder, and then you finish up that working and you listen to it back. And sometimes in those gaps that you have left, there will be words, sometimes whole sentences, sometimes just sounds, but the sounds were definitely not there when you were in the actual room. And it's a way of allowing communication when spirits maybe don't have enough energy to fully connect with you, but they can get sort of halfway there, part way there, that kind of thing. So I think it's really useful for especially people who aren't particularly psychically gifted. Whereas if you are psychically gifted and you can really easily hear spirits, you're probably not going to need it. Right, just because we're on the spirit topic, I will just answer these few so that we don't sort of get super distracted, because there's another one on the questions tab in just a second that is also on spirit. So I'm kind of grouping them together while I can. So there's one here which is, are there spirits that want more power, like a Sauron or an Abaddon, the despoiler? I have not heard of that one personally. I feel very uncultured. Let me just do a look-see. Oh, Warhammer. Okay, makes sense. Yeah, I'm not cultured in that regard. Some people tend to either portray them as either overly nice or just petty. Okay, so this actually really ties into one of the first questions where we were talking about astral larvae, or like spirits that will attach onto you in the astral plane. And they're usually doing this for energy. They want your energy, you have it, they don't, so they're willing to take it. And there are a lot of spirits that will do this too. Now I say a lot because there's a hell of a lot of spirits. Like a hell of a lot of spirits. And so there's quite a few that do want power. They want more energy. And a lot of those spirits want more energy for really good reasons. So they want more energy to be able to communicate more efficiently. They want more energy to make themselves known. They want more energy to be able to travel, to see family members that they maybe aren't able to get to. Maybe that's because they're attached to a particular property or to a particular object, and they want enough energy to be able to get out of that situation to go and see family members that they really want to see before they pass over. Those kind of spirits are pretty commonplace, hence the a lot statement. But there are some that are very, very desperate to get power and energy, and they are willing to do a lot in order to do it. And this is when we get spirit attachments. This is when we get, in some cases, possessions. Emphasis here on the fact that these are pretty rare in the grand scheme of things. They're more common in certain places than in others, and they vary quite dramatically in severity. This is when, especially attachments, they are latching onto you with the purpose of drawing in your energy. And so just like we spoke about earlier, you tend to feel really tired. You also maybe struggle with your sort of energy manipulation. Your magical arts might start struggling as well, nightmares, etc. There are others who are willing to possess. And this is usually because they want away from a situation that they are in. That's not me saying that you should necessarily feel sorry for them, but a lot of the time they want to not be spirits anymore. They want something more physical, or they really need energy in order to get out of the situation that they are currently in, and they are willing to hurt, in some cases, other people in order to do it. Now, those ones are a lot rarer. You're unlikely to find much that are like Sauron, for instance, but there are definitely spirits that will pretend to be other beings in order to gain your attention, to gain offerings, to gain energy, to work with you closer. So the most famous kind, I suppose, are the spirits that pretend like they're children. So this happens a lot in movies, not as much in real life, where certain spirits will attach themselves onto the visuals of a child. So they might glamour themselves, they might utilize dolls as a way of making an individual assume that they are a child. And honestly, this often happens with women, strangely. Now I don't have any great statistics on this, but I have found that a lot of the people who have been fooled that I have spoken to personally by a spirit pretending to be a child are often women that have children themselves. And so there's that automatic instinct that I need to be helping them. I want to offer this child help. Whereas I find that a lot of people who watch horror movies are immediately like, I've seen this one before, I'm not falling for this. And so sometimes that does happen because there are certain perceptions over the spirits that are more likely to gain engagement with you. And spirits that are particularly beautiful or spirits that are particularly young and childlike often get the sympathy of people more than really, really horrible spirit that looks horrible and acts horrible. That spirit's less likely to get engagement than a spirit that is really nice. But that is also something to look out for when we're dealing with spirits. If we're dealing with a spirit that looks and seems too good to be true, sometimes that might just be the case. So it's just something to take into consideration. Let's have a look-see. Been doing, as you said, for messages in dreams from a deity recently, even writing everything, but I'm too daft to interpret the meanings. Oh no, it's not that. I promise it's not that. The reality with meanings of dreams and with deities is that often they will become really obvious in time. Like you'll look at them like a day later, a week later, a month later, and you'll look at them and you'll be like, this makes no sense. And then like a year will go by and you'll look back and you'll be like, oh, okay, total sense now. This was talking about this, and this was talking about this thing that hasn't happened yet, and this was talking about this, and all of a sudden things tend to connect the dots. You can also look into like dream diaries and like dream dictionaries. They can give you sort of vague definitions of certain things in dreams. I would always, though, prioritize your own association with something. I know I always say the thing about like sharks, but you can apply it to anything. So like if in a dream a snake means deception in a dictionary, but you know that your great uncle who's recently passed away kept a pet snake who looked exactly like the one in your dream, then it may well have been that snake in particular rather than just a generic snake. And so individual connection trumps random association out of a book, personally, just because I find that it makes it more personal to us as individual practitioners. Right, now the question that was another spirit question was, I have an unwanted spirit in my house of my dead abusive mother. How can I remove her from my house? So this one is complicated. And that's what makes these situations kind of tricky. So I have a few questions. You do not need to answer them to the chat. You can just answer them yourself. Are there personal belongings in the home? How do I best describe it? Was the end associated with the house or was it separate from it? Now, please, again, you don't need to put these in the chat. These can be these really personal questions and you can just keep them entirely to yourself. But that is then going to change the steps forward. If you have basically a clean slate, the house is pretty much empty, that kind of thing, it shouldn't be overly difficult to request that she move on. And if that doesn't work, cleanse, push everything out of that home, send the energy away, and then protect that space. If there's nothing linking a spirit to a property, unless they are unable to move on, often they will move on from that space. But the more likely and more complicated answer would be that there are still lots of personal belongings. And if there is a connection to the home at the very end, you will often find that spirits are naturally drawn back to that space again, because they're like tag locks. The things that they had in life are linking to them in death. And in which case then it would be about requesting a moving on. It would then be, if that doesn't work, cleanse, banish, cleanse, protect, preferably in that order. Shake up that energy, push it out from that space, banish anything further to keep it even further away, put the protections up to stop anything from coming back in, cleanse that space again to make sure that everything is out, and then make sure we have personal protections on. If that then doesn't work, then I would recommend bringing a specific house cleanser in. You'll often find that lots of witches will do this. You'll find lots of pagans generally will do house cleansing ceremonies. You will often find that if you have an occult shop or some kind of witchy shop in your area, that they will have either their own people that they go to, or maybe even themselves, or they know people that are really useful for going and clearing homes, that are able to step in for that purpose, because this can be something that's so difficult. Even if you have a positive relationship with somebody, it's even more difficult if you have a really negative relationship with somebody, and that is then going to change the energy that you are putting out as well, because that is going to influence us. So there's lots of people out there who do house cleansings for others, and it allows a little bit of emotional separation between the people that we're dealing with, the person that we're dealing with, and you in this situation, so you can kind of take a little bit of a step back. Oh God, I'm knocking everything over. So that is certainly an option, and actually for a lot of people, I would say that's probably the best option if there is a really negative emotional attachment to a particular spirit. Right. I swear I have something stabbing me in the eye. I can feel it. I can feel it. It's so annoying. Okay, let's have a look. Ooh, I have no idea what this is. So, could you please do a video about the philosophy of Spinoza and the psychology of Jung, archetypes, the shadow synchronicities, etc., and how they relate to your perspectives? Oh, I mean, okay, I would be really honest and say that I think a lot of the time it would be this is weird, this is strange. Now I understand why people get these strange opinions on shadow work from. I get it now. I've never really fully dived into it. I probably should though, just to further understand the basis for a lot of things that people are talking about today. I'm not sure whether I do a full video on it, maybe. I'll look into it first and then I'll see what to do from there. Right. Do you know any spells that can deal with anger? I am going to say the most unuseful thing possible, and I'm going to apologize in advance. It's not no, that's not the most unuseful thing. It is that in this circumstance, with anything that is about anger or really, really negative expressions of emotion, I would personally recommend, if possible, seeking out somebody who can assist while you're working through these things. You can do the spells and rituals as well, not saying to not do those, but especially when we're talking about shadow work, when we're talking about anger, when we're talking about depression, anxiety, things like this, I would always recommend the assistance of, if not a trained professional, then somebody who can offer you support, who can be a shoulder to lean on whilst you're processing things, whilst you're working through things. When it comes to anger, it would then be about figuring out where that comes from, where it's being directed. Are there any certain things that are causing it to be heightened? And then perhaps working with the triggers, working with the circumstances whilst you're working with somebody for the inner things. Now that's banking on this being for yourself. If it is for somebody else and you feel unsafe in that environment, I would recommend, whenever possible, as soon as you are able to, seeking assistance for that, finding a safe space where you can be, where somebody isn't going to be causing you harm with their anger, whether that is verbal, whether that is physical, whatever it may be. As soon as you are able to reach out for assistance, I would recommend doing so. If when you're in a safe space, you then feel as though you want to be directing your energy towards finding a resolution for this, it would then be perhaps looking into dissolving the circumstances that might cause that anger, or if this is for somebody else who doesn't want to seek assistance for it, perhaps giving them a nudge in order to even consider it, perhaps open that door just a little bit, give them the opportunity to make that step themselves. But yeah, if it's for somebody else, if the anger is somebody else's, I would say don't wait to get out of that environment. Get out of that environment first before attempting any kind of magical assistance. Always make sure you are keeping yourself safe first. What was it I saw earlier? I saw something earlier where it's like it's not selfish. It's not selfish to protect yourself in a dangerous situation. It was something like that. It was like, it's not selfish to choose yourself if you are unsafe in that situation. And I think that's really true. I think a lot of people who are in really bad situations feel guilt. They feel guilt that they cannot help. And in reality, you need to be making sure that you are safe first and foremost. Any help that is offered is then done from a position of safety and security rather than putting yourself in any risk. Right, where am I? I am somewhere. Oh, okay. So this question is one that I am going to be directing to the chat, to the comment section, whoever has an answer to this, if anybody. I know you don't work with Santa Muerte, but I'm really curious about her. Do you know, or does anybody else know, of good, genuine resources on her? So if any of you work with Santa Muerte, or you have resources, because I know that a lot of people just collect books without necessarily working with her themselves. If you have any good ones, leave them down in the comment section or in the chat, because I don't have any books. I don't think I have any books that talk about Santa Muerte in any real detail. So yeah, let us know if you have any. Right. To express anger. Oh, interesting. That's different. To express anger. How are we talking express anger? Are we talking like workings that direct anger, like they take the anger and they express it outwards? I would love more information. That would be amazing. Right. Let's have a look. See. Done that one, done that one, done that one. Okay. Let's have a look. See, can telekinesis be possible in practice? I've always been fascinated by people like, let's make sure I say this right, I'll probably butcher it anyway, Nina Kulagina, who had her telekinetic abilities studied. This topic is fascinating to me because I used to follow this really, really closely. And there was a lot of money put into this project, and I'll see if I can find the name of the project or what it was. And it was asking anybody if they could prove telekinetic abilities. And they had like this massive money that was put on this particular challenge, this test. I'm probably going to have to do an entire video on that just because it's so fascinating. And I always thought that was so fascinating, that despite there being so much money on the line, that lots of people are willing to exploit their skills for anything, money, anything. And yet, nobody was able to come forward and prove their telekinetic abilities. Lots of people claimed that they had telekinetic abilities. Not a single person was able to prove that what they were doing was actually telekinesis. Now, humans, we're really, really selfish creatures, collectively. If there's massive amounts of money on the line and you really, really need money, a lot of people will be willing to do pretty much anything in order to get it. And so I always find it so interesting that nobody did, and yet still so many people believe that they have telekinetic abilities. And I would love one day for somebody to come forwards and to be like, here. And I think that would be incredible. I need to look more into this though. I want to learn more. Oh, this is it. James Randi had $1 million prize for anybody who could demonstrate it. That's what I'm thinking of. Let me. Come on, I double clicked. Right. Ooh. Okay. I'm going to have to do like loads of deep dives on this, and maybe I'll come back with an entire video because that looks really interesting. Right, while I'm here, thank you so much. Syntax Soul Bender, thank you so much. Do you know anything about spirits, supernatural phenomena that occurs during natural disasters or mass tragedy, i.e. the Joplin butterfly people in the US? I have no idea what that is, and now I'm going to have to look up what that is. Yeah, this is kind of, again, everything sort of ties back in when we were talking earlier about Mothman, where the sightings of Mothman only occurred just before, and I think was one of the sightings just after the bridge collapse, or was it all before? And it was believed that all these people had this spiritual sighting as an omen or a portent of evil in regard to the bridge collapse. And I think this is really interesting when it's which order does it go in, right? I think that is the question, because during World War II specifically, we saw a lot of people coming out of the woodwork with psychic abilities. A lot of people developed a belief in psychic abilities, believed that they were seeing spirits of their loved ones who had gone to war. Was that because they were more open to experiencing those things? Was that because they were convinced that they were seeing those things? Because a lot of the people who experienced that never saw anything ever again. Like after the war finished, they never experienced any more spirit encounters after that point. It was only during it. And I always find it, is that cause and effect thing? Is it that, okay, now here's really me getting into like conspiracy theory-esque territories, but just bear with me on this one. Sometimes I do wonder whether certain events in people's lives, because you'll often hear people in the magical community talking about this. They'll say, oh, such and such a bad thing happened, and then all of a sudden I developed the ability to see spirits, or all of a sudden I could do this, or I could do that, or I could do the other. It almost seems as though it's like a default for humans. And our lifestyle makes it less apparent and makes it less useful. Because being able to sense a phone call before you get a phone call is far less important than being able to sense a predator attacking you before a predator attacks you. And I met so many people who say that they had psychic abilities when they were children, and then when they grew up and they got into the real world, the psychic abilities disappeared. Or on the other hand, I'll get people saying, you know, I got into this terrible car accident and I thought that was it. I thought it was over for me. And then from that point onwards, like a light bulb went off, I could suddenly see spirits. And I always find that really interesting. It's like bad events, like reset people. It snaps them back, and it does it with so many other things as well. People who pushed aside loved ones, or maybe sexuality, or maybe artistic expression. When something bad happens in their life, it like snaps them back to being like, you know what? What's important in life is like expressing the things that I actually care about, not the nonsense that I'm kind of told I should care about. So I think the cause and effect is so cool, and now I need to figure out what the Joplin butterfly people in the US is, because I need to know more. Let's have a look-see. Ooh, butterfly people. Okay, this is a fandom website. Okay, so I'm not going to take it as like fact, okay? But the butterfly people of Joplin were creatures witnessed by residents of Joplin, Missouri during the infamous F5 Joplin tornado that ravaged the city on May 22nd, 2011 at around 6 p.m., taking the lives of 158 people and leaving many survivors wounded. Since this event, no further sightings have been recorded. Oh, see, that's really interesting. I've never heard about this. Oh my goodness. Okay, saving that. I'll have a look at this one. I'll have a look at that one later. And then this is kind of related to it, but do good events ever trigger an opening to abilities? I suppose in a way it's sort of similar, but I have seen a lot of people who, and it's a horrible situation to be in, but I'm glad that they got out of it. They've been in really, really bad relationships, like really, really horrible relationships. And they've just lost all sense of self. And they feel just lost and like they're just floating. And I've spoken to a lot of people who've said that as soon as they came out of that, and it was like the hood got lifted off their head, and all of a sudden they could see the world like they did before that happened to them. And like it was a really joyous experience, because all of a sudden they felt safe and they felt free and they felt like they could live their life again. And then they developed all these abilities. And a lot of the time, the caveat to that, I suppose, is that a lot of the time, the people that I've spoken to had already experienced all of those things. It's just that they were no longer able to utilize those abilities anymore, because as a person, they were just so worn down with everything that they were experiencing. Ooh, kind of reminds me when in 2011 tsunami, people of Japan kept seeing spirits. I'm gonna have to dive into this entire topic, aren't I? Have I ended up with an entire new topic? Oh, I'm gonna have to look into this, because I know of like some things where it's happened, but never like this many things. Oh, new topic for me to dive into. Oh, yes, so this is something that I do have knowledge on, and that is Deep Elvis said, I vaguely recall stories of both American and Welsh mining towns having miners hear or see spirits of dead miners prior to cave-ins or mining disasters. So, depends on where you are. If you're in America, these spirits are known as Tommyknockers. If you're in, I believe it's Wales, they're called the Coblynau, something along those lines. I'll be honest, it's been a long time since I looked up the specific name. And what they are depends on who you are and which country you're in. They're also found basically all across Europe and across the UK, not just in Wales. So mining communities, much like fishing and farming, have a lot of superstitions. And that does come from the fact that their work is incredibly dangerous. And so I believe in America, they are spirits of miners who have died, Tommyknockers. In other parts, specifically in England, Wales, they are largely believed to be mining spirits. So they are members of the fair folk, or they are spirits that reside specifically in the mine. Some of them are human spirits, others are considered to be non-human spirits. In Cornwall, they have the Cornish pasties. They're so good, by the way. If anybody ever has the chance to come to Cornwall, have a Cornish pasty, okay? They're incredible. And they allow you to be able to eat your dinner without getting coal dust all over your food. So you hold the hard crust, and then the hard crust would be given to the mining spirits, because it was believed that by having them on your side, Coblynau, that's it. I cannot pronounce it, mind. I lived in Wales. I can't say anything in Welsh. I still struggle. And you would give the end of your Cornish pasty to the spirits, because it was believed if you gave them offerings, they would be more willing to protect you. There's sort of 2 or 3 different ways that these spirits were believed to work. And again, it depended on the belief system of the people, the time period, the location, but they were believed to either knock when there were good ore. So if you were mining for a particular ore or a particular mineral, they would knock when that mineral was in high volume in that particular area. They sometimes would knock to warn against cave-ins. So it was believed that if you heard the knocking, then you would be getting out of there as fast as possible, because you were being warned of something terrible happening. But there are also some accounts of people believing that the Coblynau, the mining spirits, were actually causing the cave-ins. So if the miners had been disrespectful, this is a big thing about them being fae spirits, fair folk, is that you do not disrespect the fair folk. And if you do, they are willing to reciprocate. They are willing to punish you for your wrongs. And so you would always make sure to give your offerings. You would always make sure to be polite, because if you wronged them, they may well cause cave-ins as well, which I always think is fascinating. And a lot of these industrial jobs that were incredibly dangerous. I mean, mining has claimed so many lives just here, let alone everywhere in the world. Fishing, so dangerous, that they often keep so many of their folk beliefs and folk traditions. So you'll often see boats with protection symbols on them. You'll often see specific rituals and traditions be carried out by fishermen that you just wouldn't see the average person doing. Farming is a lot safer now than it was before, but farming equipment is so dangerous that you would often see farmers giving offerings to the fair folk, to the land, as a way of appeasing those spirits. Even now, if you're in fishing communities, people will still often give offerings to the sea as a way of protecting against harm and protecting against danger, which I always think is just incredible, and that so many of the traditions we have left is because of like mining and farming and fishing. I'm still sad Greg's discontinued their Cornish pasties. Wait, did they? When did they do this? Have I missed this? I don't go into Greg's very often. I honestly might have missed this, to be honest. I have a question. Can you do witchcraft if you have a reading problem? Because I've been trying to do my own research and stuff, but it's hard for me to make any sense. Is there an easier way? There's audiobooks, there's podcasts, there's loads of YouTube channels, lots out there that can help push towards achieving success with witchcraft. But most big books, like most books published by mainstream authors, will have an audiobook alternative that you can listen to, and it just means that it's far easier to get through a book. And also for anybody who is like super busy or is dyslexic or anything like that, it does just make it so much easier than attempting to read a physical copy. Right, let's have a look. See, where am I here? Done that one, done that one, done that one, done that one, done that one. Ooh, this one. Okay, I know I've already mentioned this one before, but I need to go back. I need to go back so soon. What is your favourite or most profound memory experience with any deity or paranormal? Much love. Also, your new bangs look super cute on you. Oh, thank you. I got micro bangs. Who am I? I decided to channel my alternative internal self and got micro bangs. So I'm glad they look okay, because I was kind of worried. So most profound memory. So I've done a lot of the spirit ones before. That's fine. But when it comes to deities, there was one in particular that I think is probably what you would consider like the most spiritual of them all. And it was before I even knew that I wanted to work with Keranos, Old Horny, the hooved one, you know, however you want to describe him. And I was sitting in the White Well in Glastonbury. And if you've ever had the chance to go there, I will describe it, but you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. So the White Well, it is this really not very pretty building from the outside, actually. And you approach it by going over a road. So you walk over a road and there's usually cars parked up and down the road of people with big containers, like big containers filling water from outside the Chalice Well, which is on the left-hand side of the road, and the White Well, which is on the right-hand side of the road. If you want more visuals for this, I do have it in my Glastonbury vlogs from like a couple of years ago. And you go in and it's super dark inside the White Well, and you go down a couple steps and it takes you a second to adjust your vision. And there's always water everywhere. So if you're wearing like easily absorbing shoes, probably best to take them off. And there's people jumping into the water nude, and there's people sitting around naked, and it's Glastonbury, what can you expect? On the left, you have this little alcove that is for Bridget. Well, I always associate it as being for Bridget. And then there's a couple of different alcoves and sections with altars on them for different deities. And on the right-hand side, you go all the way to the end, and like hidden down one side is this long wooden bench. And right in front of this bench is this altar space with a big crystal ball on it, like a clear glass crystal ball. And up one side, you have this big staff, and you have this picture right in front of you of a horned god. And I'd never really worked with a horned god before, but I'd been to sit in the Bridget section, and I spend a lot of time there. And, you come out of that section, I walk around the side and I think, you know what, I feel really drawn to this section, so I'm going to come and I'm going to sit down in this section. So I'm sitting there and you can hear like people talking quietly and there's music and it's all lit by candles, so it's really ambient in there. And I'm staring at this crystal ball and I'm just allowing myself just to disassociate. And then all of a sudden, I'm suddenly aware of the fact that I can see somebody in the crystal ball. I can see a figure, and mostly I can see like a stag's head, like a full stag's head on a person, you know, like Old Horny in the Museum of Witchcraft and Magic in Cornwall. And that was before I even knew Old Horny even existed. And I'm staring and I'm staring and I'm staring. And then all of a sudden I snap out of it and it's gone. And I'm like, I don't think I've ever had a scrying experience before. Like before that point, I don't think I'd ever had a scrying experience. And it was the most spiritual of all of my deity experiences because of where it happened. I feel like if it had happened in like the sink in my house or something, it wouldn't have been half as profound. But because it happened there and it was so busy and it was right by his altar space as well, that was just really eye-catching for me. And then I went years and years and years without connecting with Keranos or Old Horny or the Old One or however you want to describe him. And even now, I'm only really starting to build any sort of connection. And that experience was maybe like 10 years ago. So if nothing else, if anybody feels as though they're not moving fast enough, you can take witchcraft at whatever speed that you would like to go. But if you have the chance to go to the White Spring, it's entirely run by a charity. It is open solely by volunteers. They upkeep everything so beautifully. They've just added CCTV footage, like cameras. So if you would like, you can go onto the White Spring website and they show you the outside of this beautiful garden that they've made out front with like water features. I'll just double check the name of the website. It's called thewhitespring.org.uk and it tells you a little bit about the different altars in there. So actually, let me just check the shrines. Shrine to Bridget, yeah, that's the one it's under these willow arches. It's got this beautiful painting of Bridget at the very end, and you often find people sitting in there that are really, really upset and they're wanting assistance from Bridget. It's such a beautiful place to be. You have the Bridget Flame, you have Our Lady of Avalon, you also have King of the World of Fairy. That in particular is the altar that I was sitting at, and it's just so ambient. If anybody has the chance to go, I would thoroughly recommend that people go. Scrying is something I want to do. I'm pretty new to witchcraft and still scared of it. Oh, it's really, really wonderful. And generally speaking, as long as you have personal protections on yourself, I wouldn't be overly concerned about starting out even with just a bowl of dark water. Or I've done a video on painting a scrying mirror. I have it down here somewhere. Or you can get these ones, like the obsidian ones. It is reflective. I'm just very carefully positioning it so it looks like a black hole. You can get these that you can just stare into and zone out into. It's such a beautiful practice because you don't even need to spend money on things like this. If you just have a picture frame, you are able to use some paint and turn that into something incredible. And it builds abilities in a way that I think that some other forms of divination don't necessarily build in the same way. Like, all things are still really useful, but specifically, scrying allows us to build that, the psychic muscles that then allow us to commune with spirits if we want to outside of that scrying setting. Right, my nose is so itchy. I'm trying so hard not to sneeze. I apologize to all of your ears in advance if I do. Right, here we go. Where am I? Oh, what do you think of reality shifting, timeline jumping, or whatever you call it? So, I don't have really lots of information on this. All I know is that at some point, people started using the term shifting a lot. And I think that it was 2021-ish. Now, I will just double check what I'm about to say. I want to make sure that I'm getting my terminology right. I believe that it was called M-shifting. It used to be called M-shifting. So, okay. I used to be on a lot of forums. I still am on a lot of forums. I'm not super active anymore. So, okay. When I was learning about witchcraft, astral projection, etc., a term was used a lot, and that was called M-shifting. So literally M-shifting. And it was used to describe, at least as far as I can remember, it was used to describe shifting in the astral plane. So when you're in the astral, you are able to alter your physical appearance to align with whatever it is that you want to be doing there. So for instance, if you wanted to swim, you could make yourself look like a dolphin. You aren't changing anything physically. It is more the way that the energy that we are presenting manifests itself. So if you want to fly, you can. If you want to have a tail instead of legs, it's just energy, right? It's literally just visualization. You are just altering how the energy is laid out. You aren't changing anything physically. And that was always what I knew as M-shifting. Now, most people don't massively do M-shifting for the most part, though some people will choose to present themselves in a certain way just because it's how they feel most comfortable in the astral plane. And this could be any different thing. So if you wanted to be taller, you could be taller, and that would still be considered M-shifting because you are changing your physical form. At some point, people started believing that M-shifting meant like physically changing your form into like a wolf or a bear or things like that. But that was very much kind of like a small section of the community that like really wanted Twilight to be real. And I'll be honest, I mean, Twilight maybe not. Vampire Diaries, I can accept. Twilight, sorry everybody, I'm not a fan of Twilight. But I appreciate anybody who is. My mum massively loves Twilight. And then in 2020, it took on this thing. And I am going to use the word cringe, because I don't know what happened, but somewhere along the way we started getting loads and loads of super cringy TikToks of people talking about how they didn't like this timeline, so they were going to shift into another timeline, and they were like sitting on their bed like squinting their eyes really hard while they shifted to a different timeline. And I don't know what happened, because I feel like somewhere along the way things got a little bit lost. But then that often happens when we have a large amount of new, especially younger people joining the craft. I think that happens pretty regularly, that new people will join the craft and they will really, really want a certain aspect of this fictional place that they have been dreaming of to be real, and so they then try to attribute that into witchcraft. Now, there are, and actually you've sort of taken the word straight out of my mouth, Katrina, there's some belief, not by everybody, but by some, that certain things that we remember is because we are now on a different timeline than we were before. And a lot of people, that's why I'm saying you stole it straight out of my mouth, Katrina, is the mandala effect is often pinned down on this. So what are they called? The something bears. It's a very American thing. But there are things that people believe to have been one thing, and then when they look it up, it actually turns out to be another thing. And it's that collective consciousness of we remember a logo being a certain way. Is it the Bernstein Bears? Bernstein Bears? Something like that. Where everybody collectively remembers it being spelt a certain way or the logo being a certain way, and everybody seems to collectively remember that. Mickey Mouse having suspenders, like these little things here, these things. But actually he doesn't. You know, that idea is the mandala effect of people are remembering something as though it is a fact, and it isn't just one person, it's hundreds, thousands of people. And then when they come to look it up, it turns out that what they're remembering isn't the case. But in some cases, Fruits of the Loom, that clothing company, I even have some clothes from them, I always remember there being a cornucopia on their logo, always. Fruits of the Loom, always a cornucopia. And then they came out and said, oh, there was never a cornucopia. And then people found t-shirts from like 2005 that had a cornucopia on it. So, so there's this belief that is like you're in a different timeline, right? Every decision that we make splits the timeline into two. One where you made one decision and one where you made the other. There's a movie, I think it's called Sliding Doors. Is the movie called Sliding Doors with Gwyneth Paltrow? Where essentially two decisions are made. Well, one person makes two decisions, and when that decision is made, the timeline splits, and you get to see her life when she does make that decision and her life when she doesn't, and how differently things pan out for her. It's that kind of idea. Though human memory is fallible, companies also really like lying to us, and so sometimes it is just a case of people are just misremembering what's happening. I mean, I'm not convinced on really any theory, though I do think some of the mandala effects are really interesting just to look up about, though I'm not sure whether I necessarily believe all of them. I'm pretty certain that Fruit of the Loom was proved to actually have a cornucopia on its logo like years ago, but then they just decided to convince us all that they didn't. I think that there may be some substance to it, maybe not that much weight. We'll see. Right, let's have a look, see. Done that one. Ooh. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, actually, while I'm here, before I do this one, I just want to say thank you so much to From the Fast. Thank you so, so much. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, that's exactly like me on a regular basis. Technical difficulties. Thank you so, so much, Joe. And also to Teaked as well. So the next one is, what are signs in the witchcraft community that suggest to you that a person isn't a real practitioner? Oh, okay. So, okay. There's some immediately that come to mind, but they specifically surround people who are trying to be spellcasters. So I'll start with those first. Now, every time I talk about this, I get somebody in the comments getting pressed that they feel as though I'm targeting them specifically. I promise I'm not, okay? Doing any one of these things does not make you a fake practitioner. It does not make you a scammer. But usually scammers will do the majority of these things if they are not real practitioners. So they will usually tell you that everything is 100% effective. As soon as I hear 100% effective from a practitioner's mouth, I am completely unconvinced on you, because in reality, any change that is made in lives is going to have an impact on the outcome of that working, especially if that working is aiming at somebody that isn't the customer. There's complications, there's ancestors, there's guides, there's protections, there's distance, there's links, like all of this kind of stuff is potentially going to limit the success of that working. And so as soon as I hear 100% guaranteed, I'm like, you're bullshit. You are, like, there's no way. Other ones that I immediately see as being like scammers, and this goes just beyond like spellcasters, this is just like generally, and this is gonna annoy some people, but it's when people are like, I am a 15th generation descendant unaltered from the Salem witch trials. And I'm like, okay, but a lot of the people at the Salem witch trials, well, let's face it, most people, if not everybody at the Salem witch trials wasn't even a witch anyway. So all you're telling me is that your ancestors went through something really, really horrible, which is awful, but that it doesn't make you a superior practitioner. And that's the other thing. It isn't that people have a lineage in witchcraft. That's not the problem here. The problem is when they say, I am a better practitioner because I have a bloodline. And they use that as a crutch to lean on. So there are many, 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 many valid practitioners out there who have parents, grandparents, great-grandparents, great-great-great-great-grandparents that practice witchcraft. And you are perfectly valid if you are a legacy practitioner, if you are a heritage practitioner, or what's the word I'm after? I can't think of the word that I'm after. You have a bloodline, right? It's been passed down to you. But if you are saying as a practitioner, that you have never picked up a book on the subject, you have never talked to any other practitioner on the subject, because you don't need to, because you're better than everybody else, because your 15th generation ancestor was in the Salem witch trials, and therefore your practice is automatically hereditary. That's the word I was after. Your practice is hereditary, and it is therefore superior by default to everybody else's. As soon as I hear that, I'm like, that's kind of a weird thing to say. Like, that's kind of an odd thing to just like come out with. And it does always make me nervous, because usually, in my experience, and obviously everything on this channel is always my experience, the people who, the first thing they say to you when they meet you is, oh, I'm a 15th generation Salem born witch. You can ask them a question about anything and they won't be able to give you an answer on it. Because realistically, to be a practitioner of witchcraft, you need to be a practitioner of witchcraft. It's a bit like saying that your great-great-grandfather was in a rock band and therefore you're a musician. If you've never picked up a guitar, you've never played a note in your life, if you've never sang anything in your entire life, you aren't a magician, you aren't a musician because your great-great-granddad was a drummer in a rock band. Like, that's, yeah. The other thing that I get a lot, and I don't have people talking to me about this, but I see it a lot, are people where when you ask them about their practice, they immediately tell you that they can't give you any information. I always think that's really, really strange, because if, even in oath-bound situations, so I know many, many covens where they're in an oath situation, they aren't allowed to tell you details about the spells, the rituals, anything like that. They're at least able to give you like vague information, right? If somebody immediately starts off the conversation and says, oh, I'm a 15th generation Salem born witch, and then you ask them like, oh, so what kind of practice do you do? And they go, oh, I can't tell you. What do you mean you can't tell? You can't even give me an idea? Not even like I practice hedge witchcraft, or I'm part of a coven. You know, nothing. As soon as if I ask anybody like anything vaguely, like, so what kind of thing do you practice? And they go, I can't tell you. That immediately sets off alarm bells to me. Immediately. Like, the other thing that I see a lot, and I really want to emphasize that this doesn't necessarily mean that somebody is a scammer. This doesn't necessarily mean that like somebody's a terrible person. I think a lot of the time it comes with experience, is when people post a lot of misinformation online, and it's like really, really basic information that like 5 minutes of fact checking and you could show that that's not the correct information, but they keep doing it over and over and over again. That shows at least a level of inexperience in the craft, and that comes with time. Nobody is ever born with experience. But I think since the popularity of witchcraft during lockdown, I think a lot of people want to be witchcraft creators without necessarily having all of the background in order to double check things. I think that anybody, for reference here, I think anybody of any experience has a place in the witchcraft community. They can share their experience. They can share how they are learning and developing and growing. I don't think that you need to be like a 50 years in the practice, 3 coven high priestess in order to be on social media talking about witchcraft. I just feel like you should at least be able to double check just like really, really basic things. And that always says to me that at the very least somebody's really new to the craft. It's not a bad thing, just that they're rather new. And then, that's the other thing that I see a lot, earth signs, which is people who talk about they are constantly talking down about other practitioners. I always think that's a big one. Like, if the first thing that they say is basically that, or okay, here's a situation. So you're in like a group, and you're about to do a spell or a ritual, and somebody inevitably will go, I'll lead it because I'm a 4th generation witch. And it's like, okay, why? And they immediately respond with, well, I'm a born witch, therefore I'm more powerful. That's immediately when my little red flag goes ding, because I'm like, what do you mean you're a born witch, therefore you're more powerful? You still have to do all of the work. Like, okay, last one is when they create a social media profile and then immediately start selling things. It could be a course. It could be a paywalled podcast. It could be merchandise. If you immediately make a witchcraft social media account and then instantaneously start selling a book, a course, anything like that, that's when I'm like, okay, slightly concerned. But again, not a single one of these things immediately means that you are like not a good person or not a real practitioner. It's just that a lot of the people who start touting that they are a 15th generation Salem-born witch also immediately start selling courses with absolutely no standing in the community, and also refuse to tell you anything unless you buy their course, and also look down on everybody that isn't a 15th generation Salem-born witch. You know what I mean? It's like it layers on top of itself. Right, let's have a look-see. Is chaos witchcraft and chaos magic different from each other? Not... Okay, I want to emphasize here by saying if you really want chaos witchcraft, I would recommend Ivy Corvus. Phenomenal. As far as I am aware, though, it isn't really massively different. I think the main thing is that not all practitioners of chaos magic want to be considered witches. They don't feel comfortable with it. It's not a title that really resonates with them. It's not something that they feel particularly drawn to. And so for them, they're probably not going to want to even associate with chaos witchcraft. For them, they are, say, chaos magicians. Whereas there are other practitioners who want to blend chaos magic and witchcraft together. They like the title of witch, they like other aspects of witchcraft. And so for them, they have a witchcraft practice that is heavily centered on chaos magic, but they want to attach it to the witchcraft aspect. I think it's mostly the distinction between whether the witchcraft aspect is what you want to be working with, and you don't have to, because witchcraft really is just one magical practice. There are so many out there that fall outside of witchcraft, and some people would just rather be associated with those instead. Okay, let's have a look-see. I have ancestry pictures and urns in my apartment. What's the possibility of their spirits being here with me? You know what? Actually, pretty high. Ultimately, it's going to depend on the belief systems of individuals. It's also going to depend on cultural beliefs, as well as if there's anywhere else that they are more likely going to be. So, for instance, if they have a husband that is still living, but you maybe have the photos of them because their husband is in a nursing home or something, they are more likely going to be with the person they are closer to than the things that belong to them. So they are probably more likely to be with their partner than they are with you, because that link to their partner is stronger than the link to their physical objects. If that person is perhaps still trapped in a location, or maybe they aren't aware that they've passed over, then they're probably more likely to be in that location than with you. If they are really religious and they were planning or hoping to just let go and move on to heaven or the afterlife or whatever they believed in, that may well be what they've ended up doing. but physical effects do increase the chance if they are still present in that space and they are really drawn to being around things that belong to them and photographs and family. You may well find that they are in your space and they are using that even just to come and visit as a location where they know that they are welcome, because all of those things are still there. Right. Oh, will you continue what movies got right about witchcraft? Probably. I have no idea what to do next, and so I've ended up stopping, but I'm not opposed to doing more of them. I really, really enjoyed them. I was tempted to do Salem as a TV series, just because that apparently has got such good stuff in it. But yeah, if anybody has any ideas or recommendations after this video's finished, like the stream's finished, feel free to put it down in the comment section, and I'll try to have a look through some of them and see if any of them are particularly good. Some of them are really, really bad, but some of them are pretty good. Right. Let's have a look-see. Is natural wax colour the same as white for candle magic? Oh, okay. I say yes. And this is after doing quite a bit of testing. I also sell beeswax candles. We make beeswax candles for ritual purposes and we sell them on the website. And I always tell people that if you want to go for the most natural option possible, then go for natural beeswax. It is essentially neutral. It is a clean slate. So despite it being yellow, it is it's still that kind of clean slate energy. So you can use it for the same thing as white candles. It also means that you can return it to the earth super simply and easily. There's nothing extra in there at all, not even the little tiny bit of candle dye that we use. So it can just be returned to the earth because all it is beeswax. And so I just use those as as a substitute for white candles, just like the natural colouring of them. Lost Girl. The Craft has always been one of my favourites. I've already done The Craft. I still don't like it, but I liked it better when I went through it and properly looked at everything and paid attention to everything. The first half I really like. The second half, no, not so much. Not so much. Right. Oh, okay. Interesting. I want and need to practice, but I have no privacy, meaning there's always noise. How can I get past that? How do I work my magic with constant distraction? Oh, okay. So, couple of options here. So, which one you choose is gonna depend on your level, your skill level, how comfortable you feel with things. The first level is probably the simplest, honestly, and that is if there's always noise and distraction. Ow, I just need my desk. If there's noise and distraction, purposefully make your own noise to block the other noise. Now, obviously, this is going to depend on the level of noise and that kind of thing. But during spellwork and ritual, you can put on different ambient sounds, ambient music, that kind of thing, in order to perform your spells and rituals. If you don't want anything else being in your space, if you're casting a circle, if you're laying a compass, and you don't want that in your space, you can have music coming from a TV or a laptop or your phone that's sitting out of the way to try to sort of counter some of that. Alternatively, you can be listening to guided meditations, to ambient music through headphones. I personally don't have noise cancelling headphones. I use everything till it runs out and my headphones are fine. But if you have noise cancelling headphones, whack that noise cancelling on, a little bit of ambient noise in the background, and you may well be able to cancel things out. Alternatively, you can take your witchcraft to spaces that is a little bit more secluded. So this could be a woodland, an outside space, a meadow, a park, a back garden, anywhere that is safe. Emphasis on safe, because obviously safe in England might mean going to a local park in the middle of the day. Safe to somebody in America might mean something totally different, because we don't have bears and you do. There's obviously things that need to be taken into consideration, but going to a safe space outside of the home is a great way of taking your magic outside. Now, alternatively, and this is probably, how do I best describe this? It's probably the trickiest of them, but it gives you the most versatility. And that is that instead of practicing outside, we practice inside. So you can do this in an astral temple. Probably the easiest to do, though, would be an inner temple. So you could go to your local library. You can sit on a toilet in a cubicle and lock the door. Honestly, wherever you are going to be able to do this and sort of not be disturbed. And you are going to want to go inwards into your inner temple. I'll have to do an entire video on inner temples. I know I keep saying it, but I will. I'm going to send a message to myself right now. Do a video on astral temples. There we go. Sent to myself. And I'll include inner temples in that as well. And by doing this, instead of doing work outside, you're doing them inside. So the easiest way I can describe this is just imagine you've opened the door. So you're closing your eyes and you're kind of quietening your mind. And you open a door in your mind and you step into your magical environment. I don't know how that looks. Only you know how that looks. It's an individual thing to you. How does it look inside? What items do you have? What tools do you have? Do you have an altar space? Is it outside? Is it inside? What's going on here? You have, in this environment, everything you need to do your spells and rituals, and you have a space in order for you to perform it. Whilst you're doing the inner work in here, you're going to be raising the energy as though you are doing it in the outside world. So you're going to ground, or you're going to center, you're going to ground, you're going to draw the energy up, you're going to be directing it out, as though you were doing it with these things right in front of you. I suppose in 2026, you could probably think of it as the magical version of VR. You are working in here, but you are manifesting things out here. And that means that you are able to do that space, you're able to do that working any space where it is quiet. You are able to just sit and you are able to just do that working, and everybody else thinks that maybe you're just sitting in the library with headphones in, reading a book, when actually what you're doing is you're doing your magical practice inside instead of doing it in the outside world. And that's one way of making it so that if you don't have any tools, you can still practice witchcraft. I mean, you have the tools, it's just you don't have them physically, you just have them in here instead. What if you did spells to manifest something you no longer want? Oh, I have an entire video on that. It is called, I believe it's called Undoing Spells. Yeah, it's called How to Undo Your Spells. It's in the Witchcraft 101 playlist, but you can also just find it on the channel as well. That goes into loads of different techniques for undoing different types of spells depending on circumstances. Oh my goodness. Right, let's have a look, see, where am I? Here we go. My big book of shadows is falling apart. I've had it since 2014. It needs reset. It needs to be reset and rebound. How do I go about doing that? It's so private, I don't want to take it to a bookmaker and leave it. Oh, okay. So, bookbinding is actually something that's really, really interesting. I'm planning on starting to make my own books of shadows, but there's loads of courses online that you can just follow, YouTube tutorials. I know that Nerdforge did an entire series of just bookbinding, like bookbinding leather books. And so if that's the kind of thing that you want to do, I would recommend maybe checking out some of their tutorials. I believe they've actually done like a full course, like it's paid for, that course is, but I think they've done a full course on it to try and get people to start binding their own books. It isn't overly complicated though. If it's a traditionally bound book, let me just grab this one. So if it's kind of like this one, all of these, my clasp is a little bit messy. All of these are like different segments. Oh, they are. And they've all been bound like this inside. And so if your book is kind of falling apart, you can take all the pages out as long as you make sure you keep them in the right order and start rebinding your own book again with new like leathering to keep it nice and secure. And something like this design is really not that difficult, to be honest. Like it's fairly simple to do. So if you don't feel comfortable taking it to somebody else, you could always make it its own magical craft in and of itself. You can bind it with the intention of protection. You can use leather or faux leather in certain colours on the outside. You can put your own special charms and words into it as you're making it. But the ones that I have followed the most are Nerdforge. If you've never seen Nerdforge, you should. Their stuff is amazing. Like, actually incredible. But yeah, it's a great way of doing it. Alternatively, you can sort of do like a fabric bound book. I've done that before, where it's sort of like where it's bound like a hardback book almost, where you have like the cardboard and then you bind it in fabric, or you can bind it in paper, but fabric's always really nice. And then you can choose a fabric in a certain pattern that matches sort of what you're going for in the book as a whole. I'll probably have to like fully I need to fully start doing my own books again. I did some about 10 years ago, and then I just never completed it. Are you an artist of any kind, and or do you have tips for how to incorporate magic into art? So mostly with me, it's drawing. I like sketching. If you give me a piece of paper, I will cover it in ink sketches constantly. I love watercolors, anything like that. I don't really get as much chance to do it as I would like to, but anything like that I love. And mostly I find that I'm capturing the magic of a space. The best piece of art I ever did was Stonehenge. I did a watercolor of Stonehenge while I was there. I think it was while I was there. If it wasn't while I was there, it was like that evening. Trying to capture even an ounce of the energy of Stonehenge in it. And I think, in my experience, I managed it. It's just this little tiny watercolor painting that I did. And that's mostly as far as I get with like magical art. Is I like painting places that I go to capture the moment of being there, or I like sketching places to try to capture that. And so that's mainly where my interests lie, although I do often incorporate sigils into different pieces of artwork on the altar. I try to incorporate it into spells and rituals as much as I can, because I just like the creativity and the flexibility of creating sigils. So that's kind of my little bit of art magic going in there. Your hair looks very nice. Oh, thank you so much, Alan Jones. Thank you so much. Oh, okay. Sorry, interesting question. So I've started practicing more and not just researching and learning, and I found myself having this feeling of being watched and seeing shadowy figures behind my TV and mirror. Is this normal? Okay. I'm gonna say yes, because I experienced the exact same thing. Other people might be like, normal? Of course it's not normal. I'm going to say it is normal though, because I experienced literally this exact same thing. So the way it was taught to me and the way I teach other people is that when we begin practicing witchcraft, we become a light in the darkness. And a lot of people are like, what the hell does that mean? And understandable, it's kind of vague, right? It's kind of strange. And it applies to whether you are practicing witchcraft or whether you are looking into spirituality or psychic work as well. And that is that when we begin opening our eyes to the magical world around us, we are shining a light to guide our way in the books, in the understanding that we are gaining, the things that we start noticing. As soon as that happens and we start watching the spirits, the shadows, the magic, the spirits, the shadows, the magic start watching us back. We become noticeable because the energy we're raising is active. It's not just existence. It's stuff we're actively doing rather than passively doing to power our spells and rituals, our charms and manifestations. We are essentially lighting ourselves up and then dispelling that energy, lighting ourselves up and dispelling that energy. And when we are more aware of the natural world, not the natural world, the spiritual world starts recognizing that we are able to recognize it. So a little bit like how do I even describe this? What's the best way of describing this? So for instance, if you have a pet, if you're watching your pet, right, you're looking at your pet, and then your pet suddenly turns to you and realizes you're watching them, they'll all of a sudden like rush up to you because they're like, oh my God, you want to say hi? Hi, you can see me, you're paying attention to me. Hi, hello, hello, hello. Spirits kind of act like that, where they go, hang on a minute. can you see me? And then all of a sudden, you're the person they want to spend the most time around because you're able to see them and they know that you're able to see them, and that's something that's not common for them. Like, generally, most people can't see spirits, and so when they find somebody that does, they become really attractive. But the more energy we have, the more we can build up that energy, the brighter we get, the more aware we are, and the more aware other things around us become of our presence, which is why being able to control energy is so important, because if that energy starts getting out of control, you start attracting more and more and more to you. But some of the first spirits that you're probably going to encounter are just shades. These are shadow beings, and they are genuinely just really curious. If you were to apply the title of nosy onto any spirit, I would apply it onto shades. Shades are some of the nosiest creatures you will ever find. They just enjoy watching. They just enjoy observing. They will just stand and lean in from the edge of a door, stare at you, and then when you turn to notice them, they go, "Whoop, no you didn't," or you see them in the corner of your vision, or they lean around the edge of a piece of furniture, and then when you look at them, oh, and they're gone. Shades are just really, really nosy. They're super curious. They just love being around people. And they are, as mentioned here, literally everywhere. Once you start noticing them, you won't be able to stop noticing them. Shades are one of the most common spirits that the average sort of beginner, not super psychically developed practitioner is going to come across, because they're very present in the physical world. They stick around places a lot, and their inquisitiveness never dies. They are constantly wanting to watch you and observe you. So this is pretty commonplace. I'd say if it makes you uncomfortable, put on some personal protections. But generally speaking, they're just kind of trying to check you out, see what you're like, and figure out why you're so bright to them. Because you are going to look very different to other people that they've probably encountered before. Right. I love the little meme comic that is shades treating humans the same way humans treat stray cats. That's actually kind of true. Right, what do you think about dragons, and do you ever work with them? Personally, I've never worked with dragons. I have Dragons by DJ Conway is the only book on dragons that I've ever had, and I keep saying I'm going to finish it, and then I get distracted by another book on a different topic, and then before you know it, I have never finished it. So I personally don't work with dragon spirits. I know that a lot of people do really enjoy working with them. For me, though, it's not really been my thing. But from the people that I have heard talk about dragons, people I know personally, people who've messaged me about it is very much about respect. Dragons are not like working with most other spirits. It isn't a casual engagement with a spirit. It is a dedication to a very, very powerful type of spirit. Unlike most other forms of spirits, dragons are powerful to like a whole new level, and so they take a lot more respect, and you need to be a lot more aware of how you are with them. And so I haven't personally, but I know a lot of people, if they are really connected to dragons, do have great relationships with them. What about location? Have you ever been drawn to a certain location but your family or ancestry didn't come from there? Yes, there are certain places where I could have sworn I've been there before, and yet I've never been there. And it seems so familiar that you're questioning whether you've just forgotten that you haven't been there before, or whether another place might just look extra similar. But I've had that experience where it seems too familiar. Like, I know the layout of the rooms, but then I know I know of people who've had the experience where they've not just known the rooms, but they've known what was meant to happen in all of the rooms, and they know when the layout has been changed, and it's because they were there before. They worked there, they lived there, they were a servant there, whatever it might have been. They are so familiar with that location because they have been there once before, which I always think is fascinating. Right, in relation to the shade topic we were just talking about, are shadow people shades watchers? Were they ever human, or were they other than human? Can they be dangerous? I'm still curious as to where watchers came to be tied in with shades, because I don't remember that ever being there before? Because what aren't Watchers the children of Nephilim? Or are Nephilim called Watchers? I've never known Shades being called Watchers until like a couple of years ago, and then all of a sudden everybody was calling them Watchers, and I have no idea why. So I don't know, is the honest answer. In my experience, I've never known any that have been human. They are very different to people. Like, they don't have characteristics per se. They don't necessarily behave like human spirits. If they were human spirits, I suspect it may well have been so long ago that they don't necessarily remember them being human. Because you can ask them questions and they won't give you any information. Like, you know, you can ask them, like, what's your name? And they'll be like, nope. Where did you come from? Nope. Like, either they don't know, or they don't want to tell you, or they simply aren't human to start off with. I know that some people find them really scary, probably because they have this like menacing, like dark aura about them. Like when I'm talking about Shades, for anybody who hasn't seen them, I'm not necessarily talking about like this like little pale figure. It's like blackness personified, like the blackest of black color, like a black hole. Like that kind of pigment. Like what's that color? It's not a color though, is it? It's like a certain type of paint that it absorbs like 99% of light. It is like black in its purest form. Venter black, that's it. It's they can be like that, and that scares people because it's so otherworldly. It's so otherworldly to people, they aren't expecting it. And then they come down in shades until they're like a bit of a shadow. And I find that often it's the strength of them and how strongly they manifest. Like the ones that are a little bit more transparent, a little bit more here and there, are the ones that are perhaps a little bit quieter, less present. The really, really dark ones tend to stay away a little bit more. They're not as commonly seen. But they're the ones that I think scare people the most because they are so dark, it is like nothing exists anymore. You cannot see through them. You can barely see past them sometimes if they're really close to you. And they look like the lack of existence. And that is a really scary thing to be faced with if you aren't experiencing them. And so I think that a lot of the time the fear comes from not understanding what they are. And especially if you're not expecting to come across one, they can be really jarring and it can be a really scary experience if you're not expecting it. But once you sort of get a second with them and have a bit of a pause, I have personally, and obviously I can never say anything other than personal experience on this, I have never experienced a shade that was unfriendly. Like, every shade I've ever experienced either was quite happy to observe or they moved on because they didn't want to be around a person. Like, I've had it where I've turned a corner and there's been like an entire group of shades, and then as soon as I get close, they just vanish because they're not causing any harm. They just don't want you to be around them. They just want to be left alone and by themselves. I'm assuming that probably there are some that are not super friendly, but I've never personally experienced them, and I have worked a lot with shades in the past. Yeah, I think that's all. They are. When people see them, they get so scared of them, especially if you aren't used to them. But they are like the puppies of the spirit world. Like I can't even really get over that description of it because they are just so curious and so adorable. And they're just like, "Ooh, what you doing? Oh, no, don't look at me. Ooh, what you do? Oh, no, don't look at me." What, you know, it's like that. It's like the dogs where when they're looking at your food and you look at them, they're like, I wasn't looking. You didn't see anything. That's what shades are often like, is that they're like, I want to know, not that badly. And I think that's always so adorable. I wouldn't be overly concerned if there were shades around, unless you were experiencing like weird other things as well. Then I think that's like maybe something to be concerned about for a different reason. Let's have a look. Watchers were angels that were supposed to watch over humanity, but slept with women, made the Nephilim, and were banned from heaven for it. See, that's always what I've associated. I knew they had a religious connotation to them, but yeah, I just love them. All I do now is work with spirits of the dead. The first time I saw a shade, I actually freaked out. Now, Tuesday. Honestly, that's what it is. And then Deep Elves has said, shades are the introverts at the party. Yeah, I think it's that gut initial reaction that gets people. And then especially if they are, it's that phrase of like getting back on the horse. If that experience that they had that really scared them is the only experience they've ever had with a shade, I think people then would be really, really scared to go back and experience it again. Whereas now I'm like, shade? Oh, I'm fine then. Because for me, if shades are around, you're pretty much fine. Like, that's not to say that you don't need other protections or anything like that, but I often find that if there's a shade present, you're pretty comfortable with knowing that they are probably going to be alone, because usually shades will get out of there really quick when there's any other spirit around. So generally, if shades are in a space, you tend to find that the space is pretty quiet other than the shades. Right. I've been struggling with my craft and motivation. I seem to have lost some motivation due to my depression. Do you know of any rituals or spells to help with this? Okay, again, so not useful, but I have often found, just from my own experiences, that doing the spells and rituals isn't necessarily going to bring any of that motivation back again. If anything, I find the easiest way of bringing things back is to start from the ground up again. So go into nature, reconnect with the natural world, hug a few trees, talk to some plants. Try to connect with the nature spirits in that place, work on your grounding, your centering, your energy sensing, your energy manipulation, browse through a secondhand bookshop, do things that bring you joy as much as possible. And I often find that somewhere along that way, you find something, a spirit, a tree, you get an idea for something, you find a book on a topic, and all of a sudden you want nothing more than to dive into that topic and just constantly read about it and learn about it and dive into it. And then all of a sudden you wake up one day and you realize that you've had motivation for days, maybe weeks, and you didn't realize when it had come back again. I've been in that position where I've been like, oh, I need to give myself inspiration by doing something. But I often find that the lack of doing actually gives me the most inspiration. I find if I'm trying to be creative, I really struggle to be creative. If I'm just walking around on a random Thursday, I'll suddenly get the best idea or the biggest inspiration ever. I do also find that listening to things is really beneficial. So listening to YouTube videos, listening to podcasts, listening to audiobooks sort of about witchcraft and paganism can sometimes spark some of the best rabbit holes to dive into. Like you'll hear somebody mention one thing once. Like I remember I was really struggling a couple of years ago, and I was listening to a podcast, and they did a segment at the start of every podcast episode that was talking about, was it the start or at the end, talking about the astrological forecast. And I sat listening to this, or I was walking around listening to it, and I thought to myself, oh, I've never dived into this. I need to understand this more. And then before you know it, I've like fully deep dived into astrology, and now I do Patreon videos all about astrology every month. Like, I often find that the biggest inspiration comes when you're not actually looking for any inspiration. So it's not really the best advice to hear, I suppose, but I find it to be the most beneficial in the long run. I find forcing engagement with witchcraft never really helped me with anything. Right. Oh, thank you so much, Sinky the Witch. Thank you so much. And also thank you so much for From the Fast. Thank you so much as well. I'm juggling two chats at the same time and trying not to forget which way to do it. Do you think family background or past incarnations are more important in which form of magic one is drawn to, and can pull both and can both pull in different directions? I think it might have an influence over what you are perhaps wanting to learn about initially. So for instance, if you have a family background, I'm trying to think of what it would be. If you have a family background in, I don't even know, Italian folk magic, there we go. You might start off your kind of research into Italian folk magic because you have people around you that can talk to you about it, have experiences themselves, and might perhaps like be drawn into it. But equally, I think that every individual can go whichever way, and you might find that all of a sudden you're actually interested in elemental magic, or you're actually interested in chaos magic, and it goes in a totally different way. Same with past incarnations. I think that more likely than anything, you will find that you go in perhaps a different route. You might find that you are still gifted in the same thing, so you might still be gifted in scrying or specific types of divination or psychic work, but what you choose to go into may be influenced by, but you are still in total control over where that goes, and it may well go in a different direction, because who wants to learn about the same kind of magic in every single lifetime, every single lifetime, when you could be learning about something totally different that you never had time for in the last one? Right, now I'm realizing now, my memory is like a sieve. I think I half answered a question earlier and I didn't finish it. The one about converting anger into something else. And so with this kind of a working, I do want to touch on it because I think it's important. It depends on how it presents. And I suppose the first thing to do would be maybe to put that energy into something. So if you are wanting to convert anger as an emotion into power to fuel spells, you can use, I'm trying to think of what's going to be best for this. Clear quartz, but I'm thinking maybe actually something like rose quartz, something like selenite, something that has less of a neutral energy and more of an upbeat, softer energy to it. So if you're feeling really, really angry and really, really frustrated about a particular topic and you want to use this energy for something good, for something better, take that crystal in your hand and focus on that crystal as you're really frustrated. It might be that you're frustrated about the topic that you want to better. It could be that you're frustrated and you want to put this energy towards something useful in a different aspect of your life. Hold on to it, channel all your energy into it. And especially if it's something like a rose quartz, something like a selenite, something that's got a little bit of a softer edge to it, it can help tone down some of the harshness of that energy. So you're still utilizing the energy, but you aren't utilizing the same energy. So you're not just funneling the anger into a different working. Instead, you're funneling the energy from that anger into a different working. It doesn't have the same intention behind it. Now, alternatively, if you're doing a working and you're heavily fueled by anger on a working, you can utilize that into your working. So you can write the thing that you really want to change on a piece of paper because it's annoying you so much, and you're scribbling all over this piece of paper and you're so angry, and then you can rip it to shreds as you're channeling this anger into it as a way of destroying. You want to destroy this situation that's making you frustrated. You want to change the circumstances. You can do it that way. There's so many different ways that you can utilize it, but whatever it is that you're doing, you need to make sure that you're doing it in a way that is progressive, the word that I'm after. You want that anger to be beneficial. So like, it isn't like using anger for the sake of using anger. Instead, it's more, I'm full of all of this energy and I want to do something positive with it. I want to change the circumstances that are making me frustrated so that then in the future, I'm not going to be as frustrated. And as mentioned earlier, if anybody is experiencing like really bad anger that is making their life difficult, make sure that you always get as much help as possible. Right. I did this one earlier about how to find guides. So I'm not going to go over that one again, just because we did kind of talk more in detail with it earlier. So let's go with this one. What is the best way to burn sage? Now, I personally don't burn sage in my magical practice. I primarily burn rosemary, just because, well, it's local. I can grow it in the back garden. My parents have a ginormous rosemary plant, and so I use that more than anything else. I think ultimately on where the best way to burn sage, I suppose it depends on the kind. If it is certain varieties of sage, I would recommend talking to Native American practitioners about whether it's something that you should burn or not, depending on the variety. How should you deal with it? If you have some and you feel like you don't want to burn it, I feel like it's very much a careful situation depending on the variety that you have. I tend to just find that I find rosemary is just really, really good. Like, genuinely, if you've never burned rosemary for cleansing, you don't have to bind it because it comes in sticks. So useful. You just ask the plant, and you take some sprigs and you dry them out, and then you hold them by the end of a sprig and you light the end of it, and you can just do this. And it's great because you don't have to bind it, and the binding doesn't come undone as it's drying, and it's just great. Right. Can you recommend a book about Hecate? Personally, I can't. Well, there are some books on Hecate that I've heard really good things about. But I will pass this on to all of my lovely viewers and followers, so that if any of you work with Hecate and you have a book that you have found particularly useful for connecting with her, if you could leave it in the chat, leave it in the comments afterwards, whatever you feel is most useful, because I don't know a great deal about her, so I can't really gauge that well unless I'm basing it off other people's experiences. Oh, interesting. I will be honest and say that I don't know how to answer this, but that's mostly because I don't have grease from cooking, because I don't like fry anything and I don't use meat or anything, so I have no idea about this one, but I am so curious about how we would use this. So as a kitchen witch, what can you use kitchen grease for? I have a jar of grease I collect from cooking, and I would like to use it. Oh, see, that's really interesting. I would love to know what it is that people will use grease for. Let me know if you have any tips, things that you do, ways that you utilize it yourself, because I actually have no idea. And I love it when we find a topic where I'm like, give me the information, please. Feed your knowledge to me. Because that, yeah, I want to know. Oh, thank you so much to Gladiator Orion. Thank you so much for all your support. Right, let's have a look. See, where am I? I think I'm a bit lost. Do you have any workings or ideas for workings for making interactions more calm? Ooh, okay, so calm situations, calm environments. It's really useful to have something in that space that will emanate that energy outwards. So we're talking like a little spell bag in a drawer in your desk if it's at work, for instance, or in your bag if it's while you're out and about, to generally imbue that space with a little bit more positive, a little bit more calm energy. If it's a home environment or somewhere where you're able to have fragrances, you can also have it so that there is some fragrance going on that is going to add a little bit of calm and relaxation into that space. You can buy room sprays that offer calm, you can buy essential oil diffusers, you can buy candles, incense sticks, all manner of things to try to set the tone of the energy in that space. You can also have like crystals above door frames to help imbue that energy through everybody that walks in and out. You can have thought forms, servitors, different guides and spirits if you work with them on that energy to try to dissipate and remove as much of that energy as possible. And generally, you can do workings, especially if it's on particular people. Now, obviously, everybody's going to feel differently about whether or not they want to perform spells on other people. That is entirely personal choice. But you can use skull candles, really good in blue, for calm and concise, all about this area, this communication. When it comes to engagements with people, it's often used for calming situations down, opening people up for healthy communication and not argumentative communication, to help manifest a healthier and generally more relaxed environment. So it's not something that everybody's going to feel comfortable with, but it's something that we can do if necessary. Oh, do you know of any various ways water magic can serve as an alternative to fire magic? Okay, so how are we using the fire magic? What are we using it for? What are the techniques we're working with? Because obviously that's very much going to change the recommendations here. But when we're talking about fire magic, we're usually working with elementals. If we want to, they would be the salamanders. But we would also be working with fast, driven, passionate, fiery, all of the things that we expect. So it's very get things done energy. Fire is usually the fastest way to achieve goals because it is rapid. Like there is no slowing it down once it gets started. It will just woof, go. But there are other things that we can use, especially when it comes to water, boiling water. Now, obviously, this isn't necessarily something that everybody should be doing. If you're a child, I mean, you shouldn't be on YouTube anyway, but if you are doing this with a child, I wouldn't recommend it. But then I wouldn't necessarily recommend it if you're doing it with candles anyway, because fire, ouchie. Hot water, really ouchie. Actually, probably more ouchie than fire. But say, okay, this is going to sound like such a silly intention, such a silly way of doing it. But you really want to be focusing on your intention. You really want to manifest something rapidly. You want it to travel quickly, like steam. You want it to progress really, really fast. Focus on what it is that you want to achieve whilst you're literally watching a pot of water boil. You can do this with simmer pots too. I mean, I don't necessarily always like simmer pots, but you can do this with simmer pots too if you have something that you really want to be manifesting and you want it to happen quick. It's hot, it is driven, it is going to translate really quickly, water to steam, different herbs that represent your intention inside a pot of hot water, bring it to the boil, allow that boiling and that steam to take the energy out away from you to whatever it is that you want to manifest. So boiling water is really useful. You can also kind of, I know that it's unrelated, but if you want to slow things down, then you freeze the water and use ice instead. So water is really flexible in that way because it can be adapted sort of either which way, hot or cold. Right, let's have a look. How do your guides come through to you? Is it a voice that you actually hear, or is it more of a feeling or a strong thought? So for me, guides always come through as an overbearing is the wrong word, overriding mental communication. So it's not like I'm hearing it like I would hear the doorbell or the phone, you know. It's instead like your own inner voice. You know, the inner voice, I narrate everything. My brain narrates everything all of the time. So that inner voice inside my head, it's that, but it doesn't belong to me. And it's somebody else's. And it's somebody else's voice. And I'll be midway through a thought and it will just cut in over the top of my pre-existing thoughts. And I will still be having my internal thoughts, but this thought is now over the top of the other thought. That's how it always comes through to me. It's not necessarily going to come through the same way for other people. But that's always how I've had it. Though for some people it might just be a really intense thought. It might just be this like knowledge that they aren't really sure where they've got it from. It just sort of appeared out of nowhere. So many options there, but that's how it's always been for me. What's the best TV show you've seen recently? Fiction book you've read recently? Non-fiction book you've read recently? Sorry, I hope I didn't accidentally send this twice. Oh no, you didn't, it's fine. So I have to watch a singular TV show all the way through. If I get distracted halfway through and watch something else, I'm done for. I will never finish that show ever again. this is all ahead of me telling you that I just started season 6 of Friends, and I am determined to get all the way to season 10 again. So I'm currently watching Friends, and I have been for a few months now, because 10 seasons is a lot to get through. So I'm on Friends. Great show. Absolutely love it. I've only ever seen it once before. I was always a How I Met Your Mother person, and then somebody was like, yeah, you really need to watch Friends, and now I've watched Friends. It is so much better than How I Met Your Mother. Sorry, not sorry. So I'm currently been watching my way through that when possible, like when I've been painting the kitchen and just doing work. Fiction book that I've read recently. I put it on here. Did I put it on here? Yeah, so I'm dangerous when I go into Waterstones, okay? I'm dangerous when I go into Waterstones. So what did I get recently that I have just finished? I have just finished this. Phantasma. Look at the printed edges. I've just finished reading Phantasma. I ordered in the printed edged Enchantra because I loved Phantasma so much. Not for anybody under 18. Okay, I'm just going to put that one out there. But if you like sort of like fantasy, romancy books, they're really good. Really enjoyed them. I am not sure how much I'm going to like Enchantra by comparison because I don't like the character. So far, I don't like the character, but I did absolutely love Ophelia in this. So yeah, this is the one I've really enjoyed reading recently. So I'm going to start reading this one soon. But yeah, I'll be honest, mostly when I'm not reading like witchcraft books, it's fantasy romance novels because they're just, I don't need to be thinking all of the time, and I appreciate that. Right, let me just stick these back on here again. And then what was the other one? A non-fiction book you've read recently. Well, I'm going to be honest, most of my time is being dedicated into finishing the Cottage Witches book of folk magic, which is the first Patreon book club book. So as I've often said, I'm a very slow reader. So I am currently in the process of working my way through that. We now have a deadline. I need to get it done in 10 days. I will do it. If I keep telling myself I have to do it, I will do it. It's just, yeah, it's taken me a while. So that's really been my main focus because I'm not just reading it. I'm like reading a section, taking notes, reading a section, taking notes, reading a section, linking it back to a different book on the subject, reading that section. So yeah, that's what I'm doing. So the Cottage Witches book of folk magic is the non-fiction one. Right. Oh, no. Scroll up. I'm here somewhere. It just jumped again. Right. I think I'm here. Oh, here, I missed this one. Wait. Oh, no. No. Does that mean it's... I think it's jumbled all of the chat. Okay, we're just going to try our best. So this one is, how do you know if you have psychic gifts? So generally, if you have any kind of psychic gift, you'll probably have noticed it fairly early on as a child. You may well have had an imaginary friend that seemed more than imaginary to everybody else in your life. Or you might have been able to see things that other people couldn't see, or you could hear people talking to you that weren't really there. Maybe when a grandparent passed over, you were able to have conversations with them, even though your family kept telling you that they weren't there and that they were no longer with us. You know, these kind of things usually show up pretty early on. You may also find that generally you notice things that are just a bit odd. So when you're in the natural world, you can practically hear the tree whispering, but nobody else knows what you're talking about. Or you notice like little light sparking between the trees. Obviously, if you get random light flashes, please go get them checked out by a medical professional. But once you know everything's fine, you might notice things. You might see shades come into the edge of doorframe and then snap back out again. You might hear knocking on the walls, hear footsteps. You might feel phantom touches that aren't really there. There's going to be signs of certain aspects of psychic abilities that maybe draw you in more than others. And you'll likely also find that as you develop your magical practice, you'll start noticing more and more that things become more apparent in certain areas of your life. Right. Oh yes, some of them can be really easily confused as well. It definitely takes time and practice to sort of figure out what is something that you need to be paying attention to and what isn't. Like, that's why I recommend always keeping notebooks, because it massively helps you to look back and start seeing patterns in the things you're experiencing. So I've definitely done that one. And I've definitely done that one. Oh, here we go. Whether meditating or grounding, do you consider the place you go to as personal or not? It depends. I mean, if I'm meditating inwards to like an inner place, then yeah, that would be very personal. But if it's just somewhere that I'm going to ground or somewhere that I'm going to meditate, then not so much. If anything, I consider myself more of a guest in that environment than anything else. Right. So I've done that one. That one. Maybe I just missed those. Like, genuinely, maybe I just skipped them by accident. Either way, glad I came back to them now. Right. Yeah, oh, I've done that one. I've done that one. Done that one? Wait. Oh, what eyeliner do you use? It looks lovely. Oh, thank you so much. This is okay. This is not actually eyeliner. This is the NYX eyebrow pen in black, but I find that it has such a fine tip on it compared to the eyeliner pen, and it's nowhere near as pigmented, so you don't feel as bad when you mess up. So I do like a layer, and then I put translucent powder over it, and then I do another layer, and it doesn't move. And I've always found that the eyeliner pen smudges, but the eyebrow pen doesn't. So it also means that you can match your eyeliner to your eyebrows, which I really like doing. So 'tis always an option. Right. My dreams are normally very vivid. How do you know if you've astral projected versus having a lively dream? I've actually done a video exactly on that topic. It's called Dreams versus Astral Projection. And it's on my channel, like a full video all about the distinctions between the two and how to notice the difference. Right. Ooh, have you ever heard of Heilung? Heilung? I have no idea. Oh, my screen is frozen. Okay. Let's have a look. See, you should check out. Wait, I think I've seen these perform, not in person, but like in videos. I think I've seen them perform before, which is really, really cool. Right. Sorry about that. I'm not sure if the stream just went down for a second. My YouTube just crashed and it just reloaded again. So, let me know if you can still hear me okay as we finish up the stream with the last questions. But yeah, my YouTube just crashed. I'm gifted in the art of breaking things. Actually, let me just double check something. I know it's coming up at some time. Okay, I'm fine for now. I knew the Mercury retrograde was towards the end of this month. We're not here yet. So it's not the Mercury retrograde. It's just me being bad at technology. What's new? Okay. And now the chat really is upside down. Oh. Oh no. Now everything really is upside down. I'm gifted. I am gifted in the art of breaking things. Oh my goodness. It has shuffled the chat. How? I don't even know what system is in place that would allow it to shuffle the entire chat. Okay. We're just gonna have to try and persevere as best as possible because I I am truly gifted. I mean, I know I break every piece of technology that I touch, right? I know this. My phone is going strong. I've had that thing for 5 years, okay? And it's, okay, to be fair, the notifications don't work on it. So it's basically useless as a phone because I can't tell when anybody is doing anything. But it still works. Mostly. Like, it doesn't do the one thing that it really needs to do, but the rest of the stuff it's fine with. So, this one I don't think I've done, which is, do you have any advice on raising energy prior to workings? So typically with this, I always recommend learning to center, and then once you have centered, you ground your energy. So I have an entire playlist on beginner witchcraft. I think it's called Beginner Witchcraft 101, and it goes over how to center and how to ground your energy. And I find that that is the best way of raising energy personally. I know that some people will dance, some people will sing, but I often find that those, for me anyway, are based on how well I'm feeling that day. If I'm not feeling particularly lively, then I'm not going to be able to raise as much energy from dancing as if I were to just be sitting quietly, center, ground, and then draw up from the earth. So, yeah, I probably would recommend centering and grounding just because it's really consistent. Once you know the skill, you can then repeat it over and over and over again. In the Dresden Files, magic interferes with technology, and honestly, I think that's true for the real world. Like, intensely. Right. I don't know where I am. Okay, I've done that one. I haven't done that one. Wait, I think it's put the bottom of the chat in the middle of the questions tab. Wait, have I found it? I'm just going to go with it. So I make candles. I've started carving animals into candles to call upon the animals in my spells. How much, if any, does this help my spells? Well, it would certainly offer assistance as a focal point, as an easier way of drawing the energy for that particular working. And so for that reason, I think that it is extremely beneficial. And I mean, it's the reason why we have the figure candles for our website. Well, technically my website, but you know, my parents help a lot. Like my dad makes the candles. He's amazing at it. But it's that focal point. So if nothing else, it works as a tag lock in a way of directing our focus, of giving us something to visualize on, to draw upon, and especially if we're working with certain animals, certain guides, certain deities, etc., who may be associated with that animal, it's a lot easier to connect if you have something physical to relate them to. Right. Can you please recommend a book on how to connect to spirits, as I know I'm able to see their energy, but I don't know how to connect? I don't necessarily have a book on the topic, but in this instance, if you're seeing the energy, then probably the easiest way of going about it is to request that they commune with you. You might want to do this in dreams, you might want to do this in meditation, you might just want to do this just generally, just in a quiet, darkened room. Ask if the spirits around are able to hear you. And if they can, if they're able to come forwards and use their energy to show you that they can hear you. And if you can get to that point where they're starting to really engage with you, like they want to be present with you, they can acknowledge you back again, because a lot of spirits are just present. Well, no, a lot of spirits aren't present, they're just there, whereas not all spirits are present as well as being there. So once you've established that a spirit is able to engage with you, from that point on, it's then about trying to find a way of communicating the best way possible for the both of you. So whether that is with visual cues, whether that's with energy that perhaps is stronger and then weaker depending on the answer to a question, whether that's communing in some other way, whatever works best for how you find communication. And you'll often find that individual spirits, it will also vary how you communicate as well. Oh, thank you so much, Monkberry Moon. I had my hair done yesterday, which is probably why it looks kind of nice today. Thank you so much, I appreciate it. Right, what's your opinion on dark matter? I'm going to be honest, I don't know enough about it to have an opinion. Though, there is a book. Wait, oh no, that's quantum physics. Never mind, that's different. I was going to say there's a dog's guide to quantum physics, but I thought it was a dog's guide to dark matter, where it basically dumbs down the principles so even a dog could understand it. I appreciate that for people who are like not used to like science. I don't really know enough about it to be able to have much opinion on it. Please tell us about lucid dreams skill. So lucid dreaming is the ability to become conscious of your dreams. So it is, how do I best describe this? The dream that would have played out anyway. Instead of you being carried along by that story, being taken wherever that dream was going to take you, instead, when you are lucid, you are aware. So you can make decisions. If the dream wants you to go in one direction, you can say, actually, no, I'm going to walk in this other direction. If it wants you to eat a certain food, you can say that you don't really want to. And it allows you to control the dream. Whereas otherwise, you are simply, I kicked the camera tripod, sorry. Whereas in other dreams, you are basically just an actor. You are a puppet that the dream is controlling, and instead, when you're lucid, you are able to take back control. And when we do this, it allows us to understand our dreams more, to look deeper into our subconscious, to also be able to learn things about ourselves. So we are able to look at the meanings behind things, dig deeper, have conversations with figures that we maybe wouldn't have had conversations with, and take back some control. This is especially useful if you're prone to nightmares. It allows you to snap yourself out. You can wake yourself up from a lucid dream where you normally can't wake yourself up from a normal dream. So it gives you a little bit more control, and it really comes with practice, and it comes with time. And I honestly need to really try and go back and figure out how I started doing it. I know that I was doing a dream journal, and dream journals massively help. I don't know the exact point where I was able to lucid dream, but I do know that I was writing down all of my dreams. I really wanted to remember as many of them as I could. So every night I would wake up and I would write down anything that I could remember, even if it was just the colour of the sky, the colour of somebody's clothes, a piece of music, something. And then every day I would do that until it got to the point where I could remember basically all of my dreams. And there was just too much to be able to write down. And then one day I just realized that because I was aware of my dreams, I could now control my dreams. And so I think if you're interested in it, then starting a dream journal is a really good place to start, just because you can use a notebook, you can use a proper dream journal, and you can just note down anything that you experience. And it builds up over time, and it's useful generally for learning about your subconscious mind and seeing signs and dream magic and working with deities and spirits and everything like that. It's really useful in that regard. But yeah, just generally a good practice to carry out. Right. Okay. What if you have ADHD or something and struggle focusing on things like energy? How do you do the craft then? You just find a way that makes it work for you. It doesn't have to be sitting still. It could be walking meditations that allow you to continually move around and fidget without having to sit in one place. It could be guided meditations where instead of being kept in one boring space all of the time, instead it's taking you on a mental adventure somewhere else, somewhere exciting, somewhere different, somewhere that keeps you present in that space. You can do spells that involve dancing around, using the energy of movement. You can even utilize, I know a lot of people I have some, I've got a little fidget cube thing. It's so much fun. Where you can sit and you can do this whilst you're doing your meditations, whilst you're doing your mind calming, whatever it is that works for you, whether it is clicking a pen. I have friends who just click pens. I have friends who pace a lot. And if you are that way inclined and you like moving back and forth, you struggle to sit still, you can do your spells pacing. You can do your spells walking in a circle. Hell, walking in a circle is even better. If you want to remove something, walk anti-clockwise. If you want to attract something in, walk clockwise. If you want to raise energy, you can put some music on. You can be singing. You can be dancing around. You can be drumming. You can be playing instruments. There's so many different ways of raising energy that aren't just like sitting still. That's actually a really good one. Like you can set a pace or a tune with a pen click, much like you would with a drum beat if you were dropping yourself into trance. You can utilize the techniques, because all we're doing when we're raising energy is we are creating, like we're not creating, we are transferring energy. So when we're centering and grounding, we're drawing up from the earth, but it's not the only way. You can create energy, well, you can create energy to use by dancing around, by expressing yourself through music and through song and through art. You can create your spells and rituals through art. The act of painting can be a magical art in and of itself. You can do sigils and burn those sigils. That sigil burning is the energy that you are utilizing to power that spell. It's not necessarily in the creation of it, not all the time. It can very often be in the destruction of it, with the burning of it. And so you're not needing to add anything into that working beforehand. You can do it all in the burning. You can charge things on windowsills that you can draw the energy from later during the full moon, the new moon, the height of a noon sun, a specific solar event or a cosmic event. You can charge things so you can hold on to them, and then you're able to have that for a later date. If you want that energy, you then have that. You don't then have to think about it. You can do really short spells, so pre-charge a whole bunch of sigils and keep them in a book. And then when you need a particular sigil for something, you can take it out, you can light it on fire, and that working is gone. You don't have to be spending like 30 minutes, an hour, 2 hours doing a working. Instead, you can just one and done it. Oh, I've done a sigil for this before. Let me use this. Let me charge it. Let me light it on fire. 2 minutes, a minute, and you're done. You don't have to focus too heavily on it. You can do a lot of workings when you're out and about. Walking meditations mean that you don't have to be sitting still all the time. And it's just about finding workarounds. Like, the bonus with witchcraft is that there's so much fluidity and flexibility in the different ways that you can do things. There really are thousands upon thousands of different ways that you can make witchcraft adaptable for whatever circumstances you are in. Whether you have ADHD, whether you really, really struggle with being around people, whether you have a limb difference and you aren't able to do the same workings as other people, whether you have low energy or you have chronic pain and chronic fatigue, there are so many ways that you can make witchcraft work with you. And I think that's one of the reasons why I love the witchcraft community so much, because there is so much diversity in people's abilities, people's experiences, that if anybody has any more kind of things that they would recommend for anybody who has ADHD when it comes to working with energy, drawing up energy, do let us know afterwards. Like, if in the comments you're looking at this like 3 months later and you just have the great idea that you want to put in the comment section, please do, because it massively helps me, especially, to learn from people who have their own experiences. Because obviously I know people in my life, but their experiences don't mean everybody's experiences are going to be the same. So if you have your own personal anecdotes, please feel free to leave them for anything, any video, anything that we talk about in the live streams. Just feel free to include it. Right, let's go down. Okay, I've done that one. Wait, I think I might have got to the bottom. I think this might be the last one. Let's have a look-see. How do I know if a god or goddess is truly calling out to and conversing with you? Generally, you're going to find that there are, how do I best describe it? There are other signs. So if you are experiencing something coming through to you in spellwork and ritual, or during meditation or dreams, you will likely find that that same experience will be manifesting in other aspects of life. During meditation, when you're out and about, it's going to be in other things. And then it's about looking into the mythology, the folklore. Because if we're worried about it being a different spirit, like something entirely different, something trying to manipulate you, they will trip over themselves eventually, right? Liars are only as good as their memory. If they've completely forgotten what they've said to you, they don't really know their source material, they're banking on you being gullible enough to believe it, they're going to eventually trip themselves up, which is why knowing the source material is so useful. And when you're asking questions, don't give them an answer in the question. Get them to answer that question. And it doesn't need to be like accusatory or anything. You don't need to be coming at this from like, I need you to be able to prove yourself. No, it can just be a case of, oh, I would love to know how to connect with you further. Are there any colours or plants or animals that you would like me to connect with deeper? See what they say. See what the answer comes back as. See what manifests to you in a dream. If you're working with Bridget, for instance, Or if you think you're working with Bridget, for instance, and the answer that comes back to you in dreams are swans and cows, and then you look at your books and you go, you know what, that actually makes loads of sense. Whereas if you're trying to work with Bridget and what comes back are dolphins, I just picked a random animal, then, you know, maybe you aren't actually working with Bridget after all. Maybe it is somebody else. But generally speaking, it's not super common to have something trick you that badly. When it comes to the idea of like, am I working with an actual spirit or am I just imagining it? That's a really, really common one. And ultimately in that, it's very much about, how would I even go about? It very much is about knowing yourself. And ultimately that's the hardest thing, because like I know that with my OCD, if I get a thought in my head and I physically cannot relax until I have done that thing, I know that's OCD. If I get told by whatever, the cards, whatever, that I would need to implement something and I don't feel any kind of urgency to do it, it's a would like to do, not a I can't sleep at night if I don't do, then I know that that's not my OCD. You know, that's just something I know about myself, that based off my life experiences. And everybody's going to be different with that. So when it comes to figuring out whether it's imagination or not, it's very much about working on the basis that, is it really the end of the world if it is? If it benefits your life, it's not the end of the world. But then it's about learning about the folklore and figuring out if there are things that you are being told, that you are sensing that you need to be doing, that you need to be focusing on, that you actually didn't realize was associated with a deity, but now that you've done some research, you've realized it actually is. And by doing that, it can not only help us deepen our connection to them because we're learning about their mythology, their folklore, their legends, but it also allows us to better know ourselves and where we sit on what we are creating ourselves and what is happening to us. So, with that being said, I am completely lost in the chat, like in the Q&A. I've reached the bottom of the ones that it kept to one side. So if you have any further questions just before we finish up this stream, if you could put them in the normal chat. I know that's a bit counterintuitive, but if you could put it in the normal chat, then I will try to answer some more of them. Okay. Wait. My brain isn't working properly. When I was talking about the animals relating to Bridget, I was imagining a dolphin, but did I accidentally say dinosaur? Because I've just seen mentions of dinosaurs in the chat. And I'm like, wait, is that me thinking of a dolphin and saying dinosaur? Okay, good. Oh, thank goodness. Okay. You know what, though? I actually wouldn't put it past myself. I have been known to do that before. Oh, good. I never know sometimes. You know when your mouth works faster than your brain? And you're like, I actually don't know what I just said. But yeah, let me know if you have any further questions, because I never like missing anybody. And I know the chat goes wonky every single time, and I always feel so bad when that happens. Because then I get comments afterwards being like, she didn't answer my question. And I'm like, I'm sorry. Okay, here we go. I recently cast a spell for myself and then a few hours later for a friend. Both worked out exceptionally well. Do you think there could be a connection? Like they pushed each other? Maybe, actually. Yeah, maybe. But equally, and if you remember what day you did these workings on and you know the date, look up the astrology of that particular day. What was happening? Was it a full moon? Was it a waxing moon? Was a particular planet in a certain place? Did that relate to maybe both situations in a certain way? I often find that when what am I trying to say? That when we experience really, really rapid, successful spell work, and it seems to be like different intentions are still successful, it's often something sort of spiritually that's happening there. Is it normal to not feel like a spiritual awakening? Yes. That people have on the internet when feeling called to a deity. I recently been studying a goddess, but I don't want to obsess over. Yeah, I mean, I suppose the best way I can describe this is that the people with the most extreme experiences will always have their experience pushed to the forefront, right? It's like those people, right, okay, this is gonna be like a weird crossover, right? But I just watched Hiram's video about being a Mormon and how he left Mormonism. And he was talking about how he heard everybody say that when he was like baptized, it would be like the most amazing experience of his entire life and it would change everything in his life. And then he did it and he didn't feel like that. And I feel like that happens in so many traditions, not just magical traditions, in religious traditions as well. I feel like a lot of pressure is put on individuals to have an experience exactly like the best, most profound experience that anybody in the community has ever had. And I emphasize this story about Mormonism just because I think a lot of people feel as though things can sometimes be exclusive to witchcraft, and that therefore witchcraft isn't for them. But like in reality, I think a lot of people, they have it like bigged up, right? They have this moment be like, oh my goodness, when you have that spiritual awakening, it's going to change your entire life. You're going to have the most amazing time after that point. Everything is going to click. Everything is suddenly going to make sense to you. You're going to be seeing spirits left, right, and center. You're going to be communing with deities all of the time. Like, but for most people, that isn't how it works. Like most people that I've spoken to, their spiritual awakening was something really bad that happened in their life. And then like 5 years later, they went, yep, I can actually see now that that moment was the spiritual awakening. But at the time, I couldn't see it. Or the spiritual awakening is so boring and so dull that you don't even realize that you really had it. Like I realized that Bridget and Ceridwen were calling out to me as deities because I walked into a shop and saw incense on the wall and suddenly the names made sense to me. I can make that sound super duper magical and amazing, right? I walked into Starchild and I had these names in my head for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. And all of a sudden it just clicked and I realized that these two names meant something. Both of those styles of storytelling are accurate, right? I did walk into an incense shop and I did just happen to see the names on a wall. And at the time, I don't think I realized the gravity of it. It's afterwards when now I'm like, I walked into an incense shop and everything made sense to me. And like after the fact, like that was like 10 years ago. After the fact, I can see it for what it was. But at the time, I really couldn't in the same way. And I think a lot of spiritual awakenings are like that. Like at the time, it maybe doesn't feel like anything. Like for you right now, it might be that you're studying this goddess and you're not sure where it's going to take you. In 20 years' time, you might be looking back and someone might ask you a question of what changed your life, and you might be like, yeah, I was studying this goddess once, and it totally changed my life. But obviously in this moment, you have no idea where that's going to lead. So I would never be looking for kind of a spiritual awakening. That spiritual awakening is probably only going to be noticeable to you like 5-10 years later. And then all of a sudden you're like, oh, that was actually kind of important. Right, let's have a look-see. How do you actually astral project? That is going to have to be an entire other video because that is a big topic. So I will try to accumulate some resources for that particular topic. How would using a synthetic diamond in a working be versus a natural diamond? So I am, okay, maybe I need to do another unpopular opinion video because I feel like I'm having quite a lot in here. I am one of apparently only a few people that I don't mind using synthetic versions of natural materials. Now that is mostly because when we're talking about things like crystals, we're not actually talking about something that is unnatural. We're talking about something that has been done in a more processed way, right? So synthetic diamonds, like lab-grown diamonds, are still diamonds. They're just so much cheaper and so much less damaging to the environment than real diamonds are. So some people would be out here and they'd be saying that no, the only diamonds that are real diamonds, the only diamonds that you can use in any kind of magical practice are real natural diamonds. But then on the other hand, you have people saying, well, the lab-grown diamonds have much less negative impact on the natural world than natural diamonds do. And therefore, surely a lab-grown diamond is more ethical and a better version for the environment because it does less damage. And the same can kind of be said about a lot of synthetic things. I will happily use heat-treated amethyst as citrine. I have both natural citrine in my collection and I have heat-treated amethyst. But amethyst and citrine are the same mineral. They're both quartz. The only difference is the pigment, and the pigment changes based on heat. So if you heat up amethyst, the pigment turns into citrine and it, for all well and good, becomes citrine. It's a lot more affordable, it's a lot more accessible, and real citrine is crazy, crazy expensive. And sure, it might not have the exact same energy, but if it gets you the same end goal at the end of the day, then something that is more accessible to people is probably going to be a better option than something that's a lot rarer, that needs to be mined more intensely for, and is a lot more expensive. It's the same with things like opalite. Some people flat out refuse to use opalite. Now, obviously, if a store is selling opalite as this rare mineral that's so expensive, then call them out on it, because it's not. It's made of silica and it's a man-made crystal. It's not made in nature. It's entirely man-made, at least as far as I'm aware. Opalite, obviously opals are made in nature, but opalite is a man-made material. But people find it really useful. It's made of silica, it comes from the natural world, and people can be really beneficial with it. Like, people can find great uses for it. And I feel like it's so unpopular today to be saying that, but I like using my opalite. I like using my heat-treated amethyst. I like using lab-grown crystals instead of naturally grown crystals that are then mined, just because I feel like there's a lot more control over that than like mining diamonds, like having children mine diamonds. It just doesn't seem right. Well, it not just doesn't seem right, it isn't right, but you know, I don't know. I feel like whatever works best for you is really the best thing to work with. Like, some people don't like using heat treated amethyst because they say it doesn't work best for them, and that is totally fair. Like, you can have that opinion completely. But if heat-treated amethyst does work really well, I feel like you should still be able to do that if you feel like it resonates with you. Okay, let's have a look-see. Have you ever had a dream where you've been carried away by your deity? I don't think I ever have. No, I've not really had dreams of deities, actually. Most of the time, it's only through like meditation, or they'll come through like randomly as needed. Been receiving many sword cards in my tarot drawers. Of note, I just started reading The Answers Don't Make Sense. Totally understandable. They might not do. So I suppose the first question to ask is, are you reading upright or are you reading reversals as well? Because that's really going to change the outcome of your readings. But not all of the sword cards are negative. A lot of people do think that the swords generally is a very negative suit, but really it depends on the card and it depends on the direction of them. So if you can get hold of a reasonable book on the topic, anything that covers sort of the basics of the Rider-Waite-Smith deck could be really useful for going forward, so you can have a better understanding of the cards. So with that being said, let me just double check, see. Just started reversals. Oh yeah, then you're looking at far more diverse readings. So much adaptation there. The swords can end up being some really, really useful cards to add more depth into further readings. I think it can make it a lot easier for me to make ethical purchasing choices if I stay open-minded about the materials. See, that is my thinking as well. Like, it's a difficult one, because while I would love everything that I utilize in my practice to be very natural, witchcraft is much more popular now than it was before. And when we're seeing people selling bulk crystals on TikTok or fakes on Temu, it does make me question, is the ethics actually in buying natural crystals if we don't know what conditions that is being mined under? I mean, I still have some crystals that used to be on the website. I'm actually thinking of putting them back on again because the wholesaler has very explicitly come out and said that they work directly with the mines. They know exactly who is in the mines, what they're getting paid, how long their hours are. They vet them very, very closely. But a lot of companies, a lot of big crystal wholesale companies maybe don't always do the same in other parts of the world. They maybe don't have the same pressure on them to do that. And so I think as consumers, it is really important that we're conscious of the damage that our consumption is putting on the world and on people. And especially with mining becoming so prevalent now with the popularity of crystals online, I think it's probably more important than ever. So yeah, just before finish up, any further questions just before we close out? I'll also double check the date for the next one. So we're looking at the 18th March. That's gone so fast. So yeah, let me know if you have any additional questions. Quick reminder to everybody that is on the Patreon that the book club is, it looks like, based off the poll, it only has 2 days left on it, so I'm gonna think it's gonna be very difficult for any date to surpass the 28th. It looks like it's probably gonna be the 28th at 7 o'clock, but obviously that is gonna depend. Who knows? Maybe another day will suddenly get way more popular than all of the others. So if you want to join that and you have the Cottage Witch's Guide to Folk Magic, that is available on there. But generally speaking, massive thank you to everybody for being on the stream, for getting involved, for having a chat, whether you have just sit and listened to this video or whether you have commented, liked it, given a donation, whatever it is that you've done. It genuinely means so much to me that people stick around for these live streams and just sit and listen to me read text off a screen and talk to you and waffle for 4 hours. Like, that is consistently amazing to me. Now, I have a little bit of an ask for anybody who is all the way at the end here, and that is if you could check if you are seeing the videos, if you are still subscribed to the videos, because I've noticed more than ever that people seem to ask me questions about why haven't I posted in months, and I have to tell them that I post every week. It's just I don't think YouTube is necessarily showing them the videos, so it's worth just double checking if you do want to watch the rest of the videos, if you are still subscribed and being notified, because I have heard of people being unsubscribed without realizing it. So it's just worth checking, and if you could give the video a like, it does really mean a lot to me, and I don't ever think I get that across to you guys, but like, it truly does. I get to do something I love every single month. Like, what more what more could I ask for? Like, that's just an amazing experience. So yeah, these videos, well, this live stream will be up afterwards, so you can click on it and you can watch it, and you've got 4 hours of content if you've missed some of it, and most of my other ones, besides the really, really poor quality ones, are available to watch. If you just want to clean the house and listen to a podcast-esque episode, you can totally do that. So yeah, thank you so much. And I'm not being notified every time, but about half. Interesting. That's actually really useful to know, because I noticed that all of a sudden, on like one of the last videos, nobody clicked on it from notifications, which makes me think that the notifications on YouTube isn't working again. Which, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if it wasn't working again, but you know, like, I like to hope that it works. And yeah, thank you so much for being here, sharing your information, sharing your thoughts and knowledge with me, and massive thank you to the moderators who take time out of their day to sit and listen to these live streams and make sure that we're all staying safe and it's all civil. And yeah, I really appreciate them so much, so thank you so much. And yeah, I'm gonna stop waffling now, I promise. I want to say a massive thank you. I will see you in the next video. I'm not sure what it's going to be on yet. I have several ideas. I haven't decided on it yet. So, and I will see you in the next video. Okay, right. Bye. I feel like I said everything I usually say. Honestly, my brain is kind of like mush. I probably need to drink and eat something. Okay, right. Bye. And outro.